was checking.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hi. Welcome back to Theater Geeks, Dweebs, and Weirdos. We had a week off last week, but we are back with more adventures in Middle-earth. Last time we traveled to the Black Tarn to create a pathway. Actually, first thing that happened last time was rain.
Oh, yeah.
Darkness.
The soot.
We were all awoken.
The soot of Mountain Doom itself created a black rain that just covered Mirkwood in black sooty darkness.
It was icky.
It was quite icky, and everybody's friends and families skedaddled afterward. But the group was asked by Kaowin the Generous himself to create or find or discover a more direct route to get from the East Bight to the Black Tarn, because the Black Tarn is getting fudged up right now.
It's quite icky.
Between being right there on the lake in Mirkwood, where things aren't going great, to attacks from the south, to weeds, to illness, Black Tarn is not doing great. So the group they traveled along. They found some remains of an old road that had been covered up by swampland and other stuff, and they ended up meeting the second of the great spiders of Mirkwood.
It was awesome.
She was real scary.
We didn't know what was happening for like a solid 20 minutes.
Yep, that was something.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm paranoid.
Wait, was the
tad puckered?
water one? The water
Well, the nymph.
nymph?
We had the
Was
nymph that we met.
Yep.
Was that all a vision?
Tylequin the Weaver is the name of that spider.
She
They did
sent us
also
away.
meet the River Maiden,
Yeah.
who had some strange Duskwater, who had some strange stuff going on with her, but seemed to be wanting to help the group out as best as she could.
She was nice.
Yeah. So the group found
That
the
was me.
route. That was you?
Yep.
Okay, because I was sure I turned my thing off.
Oh, that was your phone. That was me updating things.
Oh.
Oh,
That
So
was
it was
my
definitely
phone?
you, phone-wise.
That was me
Embarrassing.
phone-wise? Look at me. Not...
Old man with technology, let me tell you.
You listen here, you whippersnapper. Go out back and find me a Switch.
I got one in my room.
So,
Look, what you do in your room with your Switch.
yeah.
Is
He
The
offered,
the
okay?
None
Switch
of
I
our
want you to
business.
find is for business, not pleasure.
Yeah, still.
Why can't they do both?
What do you think I do on
So-
Saturday nights?
The pleasure business.
So, yeah, the group was able to find a route. They got to the Black Tarn. Things were rough, but when they got back, Kaowin the Generous sent a whole group of workmen to make the path along the way. And that's where we left off last time. So, a few weeks have passed, and word has reached you at Moss and Oak Hall that indeed a road has been opened between the East Bight and the Black Tarn. So that will cut travel time there down a good amount. In that time, your holdings have been doing quite well. The seeds that you got from Rivendell have been bringing in good amount of harvest. It is now autumn, and the last of the harvests have been brought in. Grain has been shipped all around. Some was sold to the East Bight. Some was sent to the Black Tarn as just like a show of generosity and good faith. And the majority of it was shipped up to the lake town of Asgaroth to be sold. And in the weeks that since you sent it, some money has come back. And each of you, so the total amount of money that you received for your wheat harvest was Just a sec.
Minus shipping, handling, taxes.
Shipping, handling, yeah, and you basically just sold it to merchants who are gonna sell it elsewhere. So
Excise tax, port fees.
right. In total,
Guild costs.
you all received 36 gold. After you gave gold to the Steward family, gave gold to the Galdiak family. After all that was taken care of, there's a total of 36 gold left.
Very nice. That's 36 gold to split between us, or
Yes.
all? Okay, got
That's
it.
non-gold.
The
Making sure.
yep, the money that made its way up to you guys was 36
Awesome.
after everything else was paid
How
off.
should we get the last time from doing the road?
The road we got like 100.
100 each.
Yeah.
Okay, that was
60
yeah.
silver pennies each.
Oh, 60 silver penny. Oh, you guys each got 100 gold from Thranduil
Yes.
Yes.
for killing the wolf of Mirkwood,
Okay.
the werewolf of
So it
Mirkwood.
was like 100 gold and 60 silver, plus another
Yeah.
9.
9 gold. Okay.
So,
I just keep forgetting to bring a pencil, so I haven't written down my sheet.
one evening.
Do we have extra pencils?
Yes.
Do we need to share?
Do we share
Get out of here.
It's
got-
my house. I don't have pencils.
Get your own pencil.
What's wrong with me? Thank you.
You're welcome.
That list is long.
I have to run upstairs and do shit. No, that's a lot.
Nah, fam, that ain't me.
So the night after your profits come rolling in, you all have a little celebration with all your employees, a harvest celebration, if you will. The Galdiaks don't believe in a harvest festival or celebration or anything. When you bring in the harvest, it's after you sell the harvest and get the money for it.
Gotcha.
So,
Makes sense.
but as soon as that money comes in, they insist on a celebration. And there is drinking, there is dancing, there is music, and a merry time is had by all.
Is that right, buddy?
Yeah, listen to him.
He's happy.
Sorry if I'm boring you.
Where's the combat?
What did he roll?
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, what
hold
do you
on.
roll?
Let me see. What's it? He just rolled. That's another 3.
At least he's consistent.
Dan got him a D20 dog toy.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
He's like, where to go?
So we're gonna check in with Stark and see what he rolls from time to time. Oh, it's very bouncy.
That's awesome.
I didn't
That's
expect
great.
it to be that bouncy.
Hard rubber.
Yeah.
I cannot
boy.
wait until he drops it down the stairs.
And it sounds like we're
Inevitably.
dropping a brick.
I want a nat
inevitably.
20 so bad.
Yeah.
From the stairs.
So, that night, after the long celebration, you all end up asleep,
That's where I usually end up.
Yep.
inevitably. And Fredwick, you have a dream.
Oh boy.
A dream in which you are standing at the edge of I'll call it a canyon. It's a split in the earth that's probably 30 to 50 feet wide.
Is it a schism?
It is a schism.
Oh, I love schisms.
The schism goes as far this way as you can see, as far that way as you can
I had one
see.
of those for a
Grand
while,
schism.
but I got
Yes.
this cream and it cleared up after
Yeah.
a while.
Took care of it.
Yeah.
As
Okay,
you're
now?
as you're standing there, you look across the schism and you see what looks like a barrow. You've seen one before. You can immediately recognize it as the entrance to a barrow. And a twinkling golden light is coming out of the entrance. As you're standing there, you see a man who you don't recognize walk up next to you, looking almost hypnotized at this golden glow. And as you're watching, he walks and falls right off the edge down into the chasm.
I try to stop him.
Lemon.
You can't move. And as you're standing there, more and more people start walking down and fall down this chasm.
I'm just picturing like a scene from The Walking Dead,
Yep.
like these.
Yeah.
Well, it's
And
funny
then-
you say that
Oh no.
because you start seeing people who don't even look alive. you've seen corpses in your time. And these strong, healthy, adventurous-looking men and women, soon you start seeing what look like dead people walking and just going face first into this chasm.
Bruce Willis just slowly.
And then skeletons walking and falling face first into this chasm. And as you're standing there trying to figure out what to do, you look down in the chasm and you see that bodies are starting to pile up. And as people are falling in, the pile of corpses just gets bigger and bigger. And as it's reaching the lip of the chasm, you start to worry that this wave of dead corpses will bury you once it gets over the lip. At which point you wake up in a cold sweat.
Wow. Means eventually.
Way to pick the hair road.
You'll
Yeah.
get over this schism at some point.
Over the corpses of all the people.
Yeah, just walk over the corpses.
Just walk right across.
It's all good.
Corpse Bridge.
Corpse Bridge, new band name, called it.
Ooh, good one.
Yes. I slept like a baby.
Yeah, I'll go get some water. And
Yeah.
chill in my room.
All right. Later that morning, around 6, 7 a.m., the rest of you start to rise and you head out into the dining area to see that Penny has woken up early to fix you all something to eat. She walked over from their house and is making something for everybody. Being as studious as she is, she's read more than her fair share of cookbooks, and so you've got a pretty good looking meal on the table for you. Eggs and sausages and toast and some honey cakes that she found and just warmed up for a little bit in the oven.
Eat these cakes.
Exactly.
Taste them cakes. I love it.
And you all enter the dining area to enjoy some breakfast and good company.
Well, this smells delicious.
Yes.
I'm gonna sit down and just start mowing down on this
Yeah.
food.
For sure.
After this last big excursion, I'm ready to go ahead and have one nice morning.
Yep. So as you're all sitting down to eat, it's a beautiful morning. Sun's rising in the east, giving you some nice natural light. As you all come to the end of your meal, you hear very fast hoofbeats approaching from outside. There is a rider, and they're coming in hot.
Oh,
Well, at least we got a little breakfast before whatever this person has to say to us.
I'll go check, see who they are.
Yep. So
sausage and
you step outside, and you see a rider who's a man of the woods, clearly, and he's wearing the symbol of a broken axe on his tunic, which you all would recognize as the symbol of Ingomer, the Lord of Woodland Hall, who is known as the Axe Breaker. And he rides up and leaps off the horse and jumps down and asks, Are you the lords of this hall?
Yes.
Then I was sent to deliver a message to you and ride over and deliver it to Kaowin the Generous as well. Chief Ingomer is dead.
Oh.
I like that guy.
He passed in the night from this illness that's been ravaging the woods.
It's gotten this far.
And you've been asked to, as lords of a hold in the forest, you've been asked to attend the funeral and the ascension of his son Ingle to the station of Chief of Woodland Hole.
As he's on duty.
Only seems right. We go and pay our respects.
Exactly.
He deserves as much.
All right. All right. So he says, well, the funeral will be held a week from today. So if you could get there as soon as possible, that would be great.
And we run.
The
like
earth
that.
the earth starts to shake beneath you.
Thanks, Stark.
Good boy. Silly dog.
Yeah, for my part, I'll gather my things, kiss Penny right on her mouth, and then be ready to go.
You
Right
are
on the
you
mouth.
are licensed to do so. All right.
Stones and everything.
All right. So you all get packed and head out, and you find that the path for the road that you guys opened is very heavily patrolled and guarded. Every
news.
at least once an hour, you're running into a group of woodsmen who are keeping an eye out for enemies, making sure that the road is staying open. In the swampy area you pass through, the road has been cleared away, but the swamp is constantly just trying to creep back over it as it does. So there are people constantly. They built little rails along the side, but even so, there are men walking up and down, keeping the pathway clear. And you pass a caravan that is taking that's taking some supplies to the Black Tarn. There's 3 covered wagons with all sorts of stuff, mostly food and building supplies. As you enter the Black Tarn, you see that the weeds have gotten so bad that they've started to compromise the integrity of some buildings. And you see a lot of people working constantly to clear the weeds away. It looks like a lot of people from other tribes in the woods coming together to try to keep it cleared out.
Can we check the spot, or at least can I check the spot where we use the Fred away?
Fred away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you head over to that
Fed up with
spot,
those weeds.
and you see that the weeds are still growing, but they're growing much slower than other weeds in the Black Tarn. So basically the way things are right now, if you chopped a weed down in the morning, by evening it would be fully grown back. But what you're seeing is that you know those weeds got chopped in the morning, and at this point they're half as tall as the surrounding weeds.
This mic was
Okay.
off.
Do I have one?
No,
My mic was
this is
off.
the only one that's got a switch.
Oh.
Speech. Dan, you have the important mic.
Yeah.
All right.
Make sure to turn on your mics.
As you head past the lake,
I have another question.
yes.
Engol,
Mhm.
is that Magdred?
No, his name was Ingeld before
Ingeld.
he became Lord of Tyrant's
I
Hill.
wrote the wrong name down. Then
Became a dick.
Yeah.
Ingeld?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Ingold.
Ingold
Ing-
Let me
Gold.
let me look it up.
equals Mogdred. Is that was the
Yeah, Ingold was Mogdred's name.
Gotcha.
Yes. This is
We're just changing our names.
Ingel. Ingel.
Cool.
Ingel.
Yes.
You know what that means? We're changing names.
Who
It's no
you guys
longer-
have met now and then,
Canon.
especially helping
got
out
canon.
in. I mean, you helped out in
My
Woodland
name is
Town,
Long Gone now.
where Barrick, where Barrick's medical shop is. But you guys took several trips up to Woodland Hall, and you've met Ingel. He seems all right.
Okay, but he's the younger of the two then,
Yeah.
more than likely.
Yep.
I'll just bring that up to the group and go, well, there's likely to be another resurgence from that dick. Magdred.
Oh,
Lovely.
from the hill.
Oh, that's right, because he was the son of
Ingolmer.
before he died.
exactly.
And then,
Mamager.
I didn't even think about that, but that's
Oh.
true.
He might try to take the space.
He might try and claim that he is the rightful heir to the chiefdom.
We just have
Doesn't
to
it seem a bit convenient too that
be careful.
all of this sickness came up from the south, and now the one person to benefit would be him.
Well, maybe I'll be
There
off.
might be something to that.
Well, if he decides to do anything, I mean, we could always try to strike him down. So, I mean, at least try.
I'm all for trying.
Strike him down, and he'll return more powerful than you could possibly imagine, Darth. Sorry.
With two heads.
Oh, two dragons' heads. So, as you continue to, as you head further west to where you know Roscabel is, where you're going to turn north and head up along the road through Woodman Town up to Woodman Hall, you notice that Roscabel has a bit of a encampment in and around it. You see a lot of horses that they look just a little bit bigger than mules, but they're definitely horses. You can just tell by their features, the shorter ears and you see a couple of different banners that would signify different tribes of some sort, maybe. But these were definitely not here when you were here last time.
Can I try to identify the banners?
Yes, give me a history or traditions check.
Did
I
we
think both
ever
of those are...
Try to check with Radagast about the week.
No, give me history, because that's intelligence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, give me a history check.
The 7.
Back then.
I think we did. And he was
They do not ring a bell.
crazy. I don't know what it was about.
Darathon, I'd like you to also try a history check on these banners.
I can definitely do that. I probably can't do that after all.
Hey.
Oh God.
This is a known land, so I get a little bit of a bonus. So that'd be a 12.
What are your known lands?
I have a lot of them now. Shire, Breland, Trollshalls, Rivendell, Barrow Downs, Mirkwood, Vale of Anduin, Erebor, Rohan, and I think that's all for the moment. I get more once I level up again.
Yep. Yeah, you don't recognize any of these banners.
That at least
By
helps
process
me
of
narrow
elimination,
things down.
we know they're not from any of those places.
Yeah, there's
Well, he
lots
did
of others.
also just roll a 12, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. With a +8, mind you.
Oof.
It's like wrapped up a few times.
Yeesh.
Turns out...
That was a rough one. I asked him out of game if we had spoken to Radagast about the weeds beforehand or not. You do know 6 bucks.
No.
And we weren't 100 on it. that could be a good idea to go ahead and make a pass by him if he's around. Since he's all the wizard of the woods.
Since he's all wizardy and stuff.
Yeah. But yeah.
Oh, wizard-like and whatnot.
Yeah, he's got those wizard things and he knows stuff, right?
Mhm.
Talks to
That's-
rabbits.
Pretty much what wizards do, yeah.
Maybe maybe those rabbits can start eating away at the weeds. You know?
These are Roscabel rabbits.
Are you really good at eating carrots? Well, try these weeds, all right?
Right?
Do you have
Are
any
you guys
goats?
heading in toward Roscabel or heading up the road? Which are you doing?
We should stop in, try to see Radagast and
How quickly do we need to get up there? Is it like if we?
It was
stop-
a week, and this is near the end of your second day's travel.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
I'll
we
say
can
it's
stop
like
by.
I think
3
we can
days or
afford
whatever
this
to get up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Good idea.
Yeah. So as you approach Roscabel, you see a few of the woodsmen who lived there before. Like, it was never just Radagast's house. His house was there, but you see a few familiar faces, and you see that these people with the horses are not. They're not men of the woods. The men of the woods tend to have brown hair, kind of big beards. The people that you're seeing here, most of them tend to have either black or gray hair, and you can just tell based on some of the features that these are not men of Mirkwood, men and women of Mirkwood, because there are both men and women. And you've definitely never seen horses like this before either. They're very different than horses you've seen before.
I don't know anything about Gondor, so that's.
Because a lot of the horses in the woods are basically Clydesdale, like pulling wagons through the forest from one place to another, dragon logs to and fro. You've seen
those dragon logs.
you've seen like Rohirrim war horses. You've seen elven, like more slender and swift horses. These are very different. I mean, and from the Shire, you've seen your fair share of mules and donkeys and ponies. These are not like that.
Is that not the case?
Is there any among them that looks more leader-ish, or is it everybody's kind of...
So the way they're set up is that there are long, basically flagpoles in the ground that have a banner hanging from them, surrounded by 4 or 5 tents. So whether they're separated by tribes, clans, whatever it may be, each one has a person who seems to be kind of commanding the others, and they work independently of each other but are clearly together.
It's almost like they're like a mini moot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to...
It's almost like that.
I'm going to approach the most leader-like looking one
Mm-hmm.
that is the closest to me currently as we're walking into Raskabel.
Alright.
I'm going to be watching, because I need 10 minutes.
The closest,
Yeah.
the
Come
closest one to you, that also seems to be the most leadery. The banner has a green like little sprout of growth. Behind that is a green young tree, and then it's like the phases of a tree. But it's 3 of them. It's like a small growth, young tree, mighty oak type thing. Yeah, from sapling to full-grown oak. As you approach, the people are, like, every eye in this area turns on you, but they aren't even, like, reaching for their weapons or anything. It's just suddenly all their eyes turn to you. Most of them have either curved daggers or something between a a scimitar, and a short sword.
Hmm.
So they're kind of curved blades with a flat end. You know the Egyptian sword.
The Korpesh.
Thank you. That's what they have.
You got a
Okay.
history major over here.
Okay, sweet.
Hey, same.
I was gonna say the swords from Prince of Egypt, but that works too.
The actual names, yeah.
Deliver us. Okay.
Solid reference though.
Market.
But yeah, they all have those, at least one. Some have one on each hip, and short compound bows. Some of them have, some of them don't. Their clothing is very rustic, similar to what you see in the Men of the Woods. They mostly seem to be made of hide and leather. So the Men of the Woods tend to have more cloth stuff. So there's a clear difference there, and they all turn. And you approach a young man with just a mane of snowy white hair. From a distance, you would say he looks like an old man because of the hair, but up close, he has a very youthful face. And he turns and looks at you and says, hello, friend.
Well, hello to you, my good man. My name is Hobson, and I am the emissary of my people, the Bayonings.
Ah, we have heard much of your people.
These are my friends.
And I just gesture
Yeah.
slightly, but the important part is that I'm talking
Yeah.
right now.
Yep.
And
Take up as much time as you need.
and these are mine. And he indicates he sweeps his arm to indicate like all of the groups of tents around him.
Hello. Hello. Everyone.
Oh, hello. You would not be from the Shire, would you?
Yes, I am. In fact,
We did not
interesting.
look to see people of your ilk in this area.
Thank you.
A 20!
Stark rolled a nat 20.
Yeah!
Good boy.
He's like,
Oh,
I don't give a
boy.
shit. Just throw the thing. There's a number on it. Great. I can't read.
I don't know what numbers are.
I don't know why you're so proud. I dropped it at your foot, dude.
Hearing that interaction,
Yeah.
I will say,
Do you clearly you know of the halflings of the Shire? Are you out from that area as well?
Yes, I do not recognize your banners at all.
We come from the west, just like you, but a good deal farther south.
The southwest. Do they have any turquoise on?
The deep.
Yes, Roll Tide.
Oh no.
That's the southeast, but you know.
Well, yeehaw.
to the map.
Yeah, I'm pulling. Oh, that's right. That's right. Thanks
Right,
to
so-
Eco Owl Press.
We have maps.
We
so
have maps in
Fredwick
here.
lives here.
Right?
So if they're from the south of that, that means they're from somewhere probably along the coast or along here.
Invoc. Or
Here we go.
Inenhayak.
Oh, it's not on this map. Okay.
So they could be from Harlingen, they could be from
Forlinden.
Minhariath, they could be from the Anadwaith.
Map cam.
What's down here?
Map cam, right?
The Gulf of
Anything?
Rude.
That's very odd.
I had something
like
for
landmass
this.
Right
Yeah.
there. Like so angular.
It's like a giant barge.
Yeah. Midwest trash.
Middle Earth.
Middle Earth trash. That's what happens. It floats up there in the Gulf.
Trash Island.
It's
Bottles
right
in
there.
Here's a map.
It does things and shows places. They're from like over there, I think.
Over there.
We were thinking that.
Somewhere in that general area.
Somewhere different
Over
from here.
We don't have a fucking clue.
Map cam would be a good upgrade.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's talking about when we want to get the map.
Get a couple maps. One of
Yeah.
Middle Earth as a whole, one of Mirkwood, one of just Rovanian area.
Like it. Instead of battle map, it'll be map cam.
Okay, so he says he's from out that way.
Yes.
So I will now say,
Well, what brings you over here to these lovely lands?
Well, we have heard, word has traveled of the many tribulations of this area, and we wish to come to the aid of our fellow woodsmen. We are from the Erin Vorn. And so that is the little forest right here.
Ah.
Little forest right there.
Hey.
Just on, yes.
You're fine.
Take the one on the freezer, please.
Blue
We have come because we've heard of the portents of evil things to come. So we are those who seek glory and adventure in protecting these lands from the evil which wishes to ensnare them.
Well, you've probably come to the right place, my friend, because there is
Yeah.
plenty of evil to be had here.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, we raise our horses in our small but dense forest, so they're very well trained to do battle while dodging in and out of trees. It is something we train them all to do. So we hope that we can help against this treacherous dog we hear of, Mogdred.
Yeah, Mogdred's not a good guy. Well, you are most welcome, and I'm glad you're here. I look forward to fighting alongside you, should our paths meet again.
Indeed. And he's going to hold out his hand to each of you.
I'm gonna do the.
That's what he's trying to do.
The
He's
forearm
trying to
grasp.
do the forearm
I,
grasp.
I
I
would
shake
know
his-
because of where I'm from, so
Yeah.
I will grasp him by the forearm.
I shake his finger.
Yep. You do
Not
that.
sure
You
what
do
he's
that.
doing.
Both of you as well. Give him a good old
I'll give
forearm
him a
clasp.
full arm shake. Yeah.
So as you do, he looks at you, then down at your ring, and turns and walks away.
That
How
that
long have we
doesn't
been around?
seem very good.
How long have we been around him?
Like
Between walking in and
10 minutes.
cool. Secret's blamed.
Perfect.
Okay.
Um,
What secrets are you trying to glean?
what's his plans?
Secret. He's got some secrets.
Exactly what he said. He wants to help restore. There does seem to be some measure of ulterior motive.
Which I would assume.
They didn't just randomly come here to help and then leave. But he does seem very sincere in that they are here to help, especially help protect against the evil coming up from the south.
Do I know of anybody that would not be very kind towards
Yeah, give me
my folks?
You can give a history or insight check into his reaction to you.
Okay. We'll do the history.
Hey, that's not bad.
Hey, 22 is much better.
So thinking back, trying to figure out why he might have reacted like that. You know he's from Aaron Vorn.
Mm-hmm.
You know that Aaron Vorn is the last of the great forest that used to spread out across Minheriath, rather.
Yep.
And that forest was chopped down by the men of Numenor to create their giant navy to try to invade Valar.
Okay.
Or Valinor, sorry. The Valar live in Valinor.
That makes
The men of Numenor were the ones who chopped down that forest. So, seeing an artifact of Numenor.
Did not appreciate that.
Oh, it's his tennis ball.
Dang it.
What the heck?
Weak.
You left the other one down there.
Hide all of his other toys.
Right?
This is your
Just,
only toy
we'll just
now.
replace them all with the.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And it
They come in
seems
multiple
like
colors.
They did not forget and they did not forgive.
Yep.
That the men of Numenor. So, a fun little above table history fact: the men of Bree came from the woodsmen of Minheriath, but once all the deforestation happened, they traveled north and founded the Bree lands,
Ah, okay.
the town of Bree and all the surrounding areas. So,
Is that also some of the harbored discontent of the Dunedain in Bree? Or?
Could be.
Okay.
could be. A lot of that happened so long ago that you don't know that the men of Bree necessarily remember that. But the people who live in the forest clearly still do.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Pepperidge All right. So what would you like to do next?
I'm sorry, did I get this man's name?
Before he got all pissy.
Whoops.
Hillispin.
That's okay.
Hillispin.
Yep.
It's a sick name.
He can get it.
All right. Well, after giving him the old Middle Earth bro hug, I will.
How'd you do?
I will wish him all the best. Tell him I hope our paths cross again and we can fight side by side together, and then head up to Radagast's house.
All right. Approaching the earthen hill that kind of creates the bowl where his house and laboratory are. You see the door open.
I'm gonna wander around just to check out these peeps.
I'm
Okay.
gonna stick with him.
With him?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want anything happening to him.
Yep, then I'll get to you guys in a sec. Getting up to Radagast's, the gate is open. You enter, and you see that there are a lot fewer animals in and around the crystal pool. But you do see smoke coming from the chimney of Radagast's house.
Okay. I'll walk up and rap on the door.
You do so, and after immediately you hear clattering and shuffling and stuff around in the house. But it takes a full 2 minutes before the door finally opens, and you see Radagast looking a little more disheveled than usual.
That's saying something.
Yeah,
What?
he
Homeboy
Can you
sloppy.
tell? I was like, can you tell?
Homeboy
He-
sloppy.
the tips
There are
of
two
his
droppings of bird shit in his beard.
well the tips of his beard hairs seem singed to some degree. He doesn't have his normal brown robe on. It looks like he's just wearing like a brown tunic that he would wear underneath. And his arms are bare. A good deal more ripped than you would have imagined. Not swole by any means, but for a guy who looks like a frail old man, you're surprised to see that he's actually not bad shape.
He been up in the gym just working on his fitness.
He's toned, not ripped. Yes. And his eyes are red and glassy, and it looks like he hasn't slept in a while.
Steroids.
Also, as soon as he opens the door, a smell hits you. And it is the smell of looking inside 7 different cauldrons bubbling with different concoctions inside. And You see a broken clay bowl on the floor that looks like it got knocked over as he shuffled over. It looks like he's working really hard on something. And as you open, he goes, yes, well, what is it?
You alright, bruv?
What's up, fam?
I can tell you, with absolute certainty and without mincing words, I have never been less alright than I am right now.
Yeah, it looks like you got a lot going on in there right now.
Yes. The second I think I've discovered something that will fix what's going on in the forest, 2 more things crop up, and I'm working on different solutions to different problems all at once, and I can't tell you how many batches of cures and elixirs I've messed up by putting in the wrong ingredients because I'm thinking about something else at the same time. It's all quite overwhelming.
Which things are you trying to solve?
Well, there's the illness, which seems to be it's not only affecting the people in Mirkwood, but the animals as well. There seems to be some sort of rot spreading through the trees.
Mm-hmm.
This black rain has brought all sorts of new problems to the wildlife and the foliage.
Volcanic fallout, yeah.
The fish are terribly sick. All that muck got into the rivers, and the fish are dying off. There's just too many things all at once. And my good friend Gandalf is too busy off gallivanting around to even help.
Yeah, he does gallivant.
I have sent him several squirrels, rabbits, and birds asking for his help, and they've all returned with, "Oh, I'm too busy."
His love of the halfling's leaf.
It has clearly dulled his mind.
Well, with the sickness, we did find a journal of sorts from past wars up north that had elves and men of Numenor working together, and actually found a very potent way to combat that. If you'd want to speak with Redwick, he might help you in that direction.
Yes, are you referring to the disease Corohuine?
Yes.
Yes, hagweed, kingcup, and water lily. I've got several batches of that. In that one, maybe? He walks over to the cauldron. Nope, not that one. Waddles over to another one. Nope, not that one. And he's just going around trying to figure stuff out.
Well, Red, I guess you clearly have a lot going on right now, and
Indeed.
we don't want to be a distraction. Is there anything that we could do to help you in your plight to save the forest?
Well, ever since this land stopped being Greenwood and became Mirkwood, the soil itself has been sick. It's becoming harder and harder to grow helpful ingredients. And I'm afraid to say that it's at the point now where I'm having a hard time growing hagweed. If there is any that you could spare, I would very much appreciate it.
Wasn't Fredwick growing some the different plants in that greenhouse that he built back at Moss and Oak Hall?
Yes, he's hagsweed, king's whatever. Kingcup, and was it Ethelas, I think was the other one.
Mm.
He had cultivating in there.
Well, hagweed would be helpful. Other than that, there's just not much to be done.
Well, we'll go talk to him and see what he has on him right now. Might be able to help out.
You said the tree rot. Would that have anything to do with some troublesome weeds that just keep growing and spreading and ravaging?
Weeds?
Yeah, there's some, in Black Tarn, there's these weeds that are growing up and seems very centralized too within
Oh,
the
good
town.
heavens. As if those poor people didn't have enough to worry about already.
We're trying to help them with,
Yes. If I could have a sample of some of those weeds, I might be able to figure something out. Have to borrow an 8th cauldron from somewhere, but I might be able to figure it out. It's just so much to do.
there's a lot on your plate. But if we can bring supplies and what back to you, then we'll do it.
Thank you.
The River Maidens seem to have something going on as well. I know that you are kind of close with them, yes?
Yes, well, it's no secret that the rivers are sick, and when that happens, then the River Maidens are going to become more odd. Mostly, I think they're trying to protect their river from anything that might pollute it, which means they might lash out against some people who mean them no harm. I just don't know.
What was her name? The one that we saw on the way to town.
Something about water.
Duskwater.
Mud water, maybe?
Duskwater, that's what
Duskwater, that was the one.
Yes, the eldest of the sisters.
It was hard to tell, but I believe Valley was the one that pointed out that the her vestments were different. Like they were
In what way?
Might have been called
like
mud
spider
water.
silk almost, I believe is what he called it. He said that there were if there was anybody that would know anything about it, I figured I'd bring it up to you.
If Tyler Quinn,
Yes.
the weaver, has gotten some of her webs on her vestments, that could have caused something.
He said that it seemed like they were made of it, though.
I just don't know. It could mean something, could mean nothing. I just wish that my wandering friend, or the high and mighty one in his tower, would come and try to offer some support.
But those other
Can't
two.
do all this on my own.
I'm not sure. I've never dealt with the high and mighty one, but we've only met Gandalf that one time here, and that was it.
Yes, trying to get him to sit in one place for any length of time is like trying to make a cloud stand still in the sky.
If we can, a cauldron, hagweed,
Yes.
and then a bit of the weeds, right?
Yes. Yes.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Now let's go try and track down Fredwick.
All right. This whole time, you guys are walking around. You find that while there are well,
It's okay.
There's
Collapsed mountain,
Santa
maybe.
sitting behind the
You almost
curtain,
hit start.
See, the
surely.
cool part is since there's only two of us here, that didn't really show much.
yep.
Thank God.
So since
In progress.
Yep.
you know that the eyes of these people are always on you if you're in their area.
Mhm.
Very vigilant. However, none of them tries to stop you. I mean, you walk right up to some of their tents and look at them, just walking around checking stuff out. No one ever tries to stop you, but you're never out of anyone's sight either. What specifically are you trying to investigate?
I was gonna go try to buy some maybe hagweed from them.
Okay.
that was
Ironic.
that was my goal.
After talking to a few of them, you
Any herbs, really.
you learn the name of the healer that they brought with them,
Okay.
who is an old white-haired woman, but her hair, she kind of has the monk hair Like the top of her head is bald, and she just has hair coming down the sides and back.
It's called alopecia.
Yes. Just keep her name out of your mouth. No, I'm just kidding.
Bam!
Yeah, you hear that her name is Wendell the healer, and you're pointed right to where her which tent area she's in.
Okay.
And even though she's the healer, you kind of get the impression that everybody in her area comes from the same tribe that maybe is more of the botanist and, medical, I guess, tribe
Okay.
of the forest.
More in touch with nature.
Yeah. You get the sense that each of their banners, this is the most interesting thing. Each of their banners seems to tell a story. It's not just a picture of a tree. It's not just a picture of a horse. The first one that you saw was like sapling to bigger to biggest.
Mm-hmm.
This one is a heart that looks like it's kind of been ripped, and there's like zigzags down the middle, and then behind it is a whole heart. So you're kind of getting this idea that maybe these are the healers that go from like wounded to healed.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
half this tribe has broken hearts.
It's interesting.
It's crazy.
Well,
Well,
some of the other
Move.
some of the other ones are there's like a tribe where like a lot of them have bows and arrows, and they seem to, you get the sense that they're more of the hunting tribe because their symbol is the head of an elk, an arrow, and then a bubbling pot, or a bubbling pot, cooking pot. So like all of their
The wall to the lights.
all of their banners tell a story. But yeah, can you remind me what I just said her name was?
Wendell.
Wendell, yes.
Wendell.
You approach Wendell, and again, no one stops you, but everybody's eyes are on you. And she is bent down over a small cauldron, sitting next to it with a mortar and pestle, grinding something up.
Just grinding away.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Bent over, just grinding away.
That is how you.
Yep, same.
How do you feel about that? It's like,
Everybody take an inspiration.
Getting warm. I undo the top straps of my tunic. First thing, I'm gonna try a web of deceit again.
Okay.
Too, just in case. Ooh, that's possible. A 19, and I have to beat 15 plus her wisdom modifier.
Okay.
Yes, 19.
All right. Noted.
So if I get that, I get advantage on something. If I need to roll.
You do not.
Oh, shit.
She
I
real
figured.
wise.
Yes,
She's
she
a
is.
healer. I figured.
Is there back to you while grinding away?
Hello there. Are you Wendell?
Indeed, I am.
It's wonderful to meet you. My name is Fredwick. This is Valley.
You're one of those little Shire folks, aren't you?
I sure am. Yes.
I haven't seen any of you since I was a much younger girl.
Well, here's another.
My spirit has not this thing.
Possible.
Indeed, there is.
My spirit has not this thinking, like when they invented
the
paper.
token
like,
Shireling.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, here's another. Okay, we've rubbed up on him.
What can I do for you, young man?
I was looking to perhaps purchase some healing herbs or ointments or anything along that sort.
I took you for someone who makes these sort of ointments and whatnot.
Yes, I do indeed.
Are you Are you shopping for ingredients or the finished product?
Ingredients would be great.
Ah, well.
Or both, if you have any to spare.
Well, let me see here.
And she starts looking through some bags and pouches and whatnot.
You need to buy horses.
Do we need to, or should we?
We have.
Based on the size of the horses, you would probably crush it.
That's fair.
Like you'd be sitting on the horse, but like your feet would still be on the ground, so you would just be like
Just
shuffling
dangle.
along
It'd be like one of those kids with like the pedalless bicycles.
Right.
Yes.
You just pick up the horse with your thighs and walk around carrying it.
These horses suck.
I'm just as tired.
The worst.
Well, a lot of my healing ingredients are, I ended up giving to that sweet old man who lives in the house over there.
Oh,
However, I do have some spare reed mace that I'd be willing to sell you, and a bit of water lily.
Yes, I will take both of those if you're willing.
You're cocaine.
Yes.
I'm like, I'm sitting there going, what the fuck does that make? He just points and went, oh god.
Mas cocaina.
But the upgraded stuff now, right?
Oh,
That's
it's super
right.
cocaine
We have
now.
the super cocaine.
Mixed with FLS.
Yes,
Yep,
the
if you-
super
If
cocaine.
you can mix it, if you can find some ethylos to mix it with, then yes.
Then you spread it out on a sheet, and it crystallizes into a bluish crystal.
There you go.
And then we get a little razor blade. I use one of my daggers.
Wow, bow, bow.
And then we do a bump off the off the back of a toilet somewhere, or a hooker. Are there hookers in Lord of the Rings?
Barmaid.
It's random barmaid.
I mean,
Okay.
Where there's bars and inns, there's hookers.
Okay.
all right?
I just want to make sure. Hey, you know.
All right. So she's gonna charge
It
you
is
the
the
going
profession.
price. So the reed mace is 20 silver a piece, and she has 3 helpings of it.
Okay.
The water lily looks very odd to you because you're familiar with water lily.
Yeah, I have some.
Yes. And all the water lily you've ever seen is white water lily. She has one portion of white water lily and one portion of red water lily.
Oh,
Oh.
snap.
That one makes you throw fireballs.
Out of your armpits.
Yeah. You grind it, and all of a sudden you snort it. Hadouken!
Give me all of the Street Fighter.
Is there a leaf that makes you grow a raccoon's tail so I can fly?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the Tanuki leaf.
And you said there was 2 of the white and 1 of the red?
One white, one red.
1 and 1.
And the red water lily is going to cost you 3 gold
3
for one serving.
gold piece.
Falcon.
What about
Yeah.
the white?
It's all video
20
games from
silver
now on.
for that one serving.
Okay. Yes, that seems good. About to go in, right?
Do a nature check on the red water lily.
I was like,
Just to
can
see
I?
if
I was
you
like,
recognize it.
Mm.
11.
Okay. You've read something about it that it does something to help. Warriors used to make a potion out of it before they went into battle, is what you remember. Can't really remember why or any of that, but you do remember reading about some warriors in the past who made a potion out of it and drank it before battle.
Okay. So all of these, I gotta switch this because all of these are that one. I was mistaken. Yes, I will take the whole lot.
All right.
Very good.
And yeah, she puts it all into a small pouch for you. She wraps each piece in burlap and then puts them onto a pouch and hands it over to you.
Very nice.
And takes the gold.
That's 7 total. I'll
Straight
just
cash,
give her
homie.
7 gold.
Good thing we just got paid.
I know, right?
Yep.
Just got paid.
That's his slush fund money too.
Mm.
Part of his 6 gold he just got.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have anything else that you'd be willing to part with?
I'm afraid everything else I'll need for the coming battles of all these youngsters who are so dead set on being stabbed and pierced by arrows and hacked by axes and will expect me to come along and clean up after their mess.
Yes, yes.
Sounds like a cleric.
He knows exactly how. he
Yes,
that,
Hashtag relatable.
I know what you mean.
We,
Well-
we try not to get hit.
I know.
We're not like dead set for it.
Maybe you do.
Yeah,
Where
fucking
am
asshole.
I? I definitely do. Like, and stealth? Because,
So-
nope.
Over here, like,
I don't
punish
really
me.
have anything else I
I've been a
need.
bad boy.
I'll just thank her and go on my way.
You're welcome, dear. I hope that our paths cross again. I hope you're not offended by this, but could I tweak your ear?
I'd really rather not.
Okay, fair enough. Where I come from, it's thought to be good luck to tweak a hobbit's ear. But most people do it without asking. I try to be very considerate.
Can I insight this?
Yes.
Yeah, I am gonna give you advantage. Because I'm sitting here going, the fuck? And I'm trained, so I'm like,
They're just looking at each other like,
I've never wanted to tweak your ear.
What-
Double 15.
what this old bag just asked me?
Yeah, 19.
She seems to be telling the truth and asking in a very good-spirited way.
Okay, it's not a sex thing.
No.
I mean, if we've been here for 10 minutes, I can find out.
No.
What are her plans?
In an example for our world, it's like people who go up to statues of Buddha and rub the belly
Okay.
for good luck. It's
Okay,
like that.
Well, okay.
She reaches out.
Thank you, dear.
All right, we've got to get going now. Let's get out of here.
Love it.
I now have like my hand on a knife just in case anybody else is like,
This is the second old biddy that's wanted this little man.
That's true. That's true.
Would you happen to have a hat or I'll put up
Old,
my hood?
old
Put up your
ladies
hood.
love
Yeah.
Fredwick.
yeah, I have like
Slayer.
extra fabric. I'm gonna because I wrap my head all the time.
Yeah.
Like wrap his ears.
You cover up his ears so
I'm
that
just
there
be
are no
like-
surprise.
Does everybody stop
Ear
looking
wiggles.
now? Is
Nope.
that what they're like?
Nope.
Oh man, I want to rub those hobbit's ears.
Yeah, I'm literally like,
I'm gonna get me them hobbit ears. Get those hobbit ears over here, boy.
them holidays look pretty good.
You got a pretty ear, boy.
Let's go.
All right. At this point, you two catch up to them and find them.
Almost got you.
Almost, I
Almost
almost
gotcha.
sprayed. I'm like literally.
Fred,
I wanted to like walk in as she's petting his ear, just be like,
Well, she's not petting it. She literally just grabs the. It's
Like
a pointed
pinching
ear,
cheeks,
so she
you know?
grabs it and just gives it a little wiggle.
hello.
I didn't feel like stabbing her.
Oh no.
But holy fuck.
Need to be. I've never heard that before.
I mean,
That's
no. I mean,
new to
Lake,
me.
Lake Town, we see
You
habits
don't-
every once in a while. Yet never. No.
ear rubbing.
Nope.
So awkward.
No.
Okay.
I mean, typically it's.
It's like they've never interacted with another person
Strange.
before.
I'm just like, I'm sorry you had to deal with
I
that.
guess I don't
amateur
know. It's
hour.
different. It's something I haven't seen before. I guess it's cultural. It's-
Inappropriate, culturally inappropriate.
at least she asked.
True.
Oh, we're not interrupting anything, are we?
Should we
No.
Nope. Yeah, his head is like completely.
Why are you
wrapped.
so red right now?
His head's wrapped like how I wrap mine when I'm like doing
She's from
stuff.
a different generation, okay?
That doesn't make it right.
Set in her ways.
Yeah, because wrapping his head is gonna make it hide the fact that he's a halfling.
Hey, no, that's fine. It just means it's protecting his goddamn ears.
Yeah.
Hey, none of you have tried wiggling his ears before.
No.
So
seems weird.
we were just over at Radagast's house,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
Radagast is a little flustered. He's trying to fix all of the problems of the forest all at the same time, and
That doesn't work.
it seems to be a little overwhelming to him.
He had Sylvan cauldrons going on at the same time.
Oh, goodness.
He did say that he was a little short on which of the weeds was it?
Hagweed.
The hagweed.
Oh, yes.
Have you got any with you that maybe you could let him have to just try and fix some stuff?
Absolutely. I actually have quite a bit of that. It was a good, quite a good harvest from the last batch.
That's right.
It does come quite in handy with the vines growing in over Blacktarn. Yes, and helps us resist against the shadows.
Well, if you have some to spare, it sounds like you could use some.
Absolutely.
He could probably use some help too.
All right,
Seemed like he was a bit short on time.
let's head on over.
I definitely think that whatever you, I mean, I don't know what that radish flower does. I mean, we probably should try to figure if we can somehow cultivate it.
Yes.
What if you get
It-
Radagast? the
It
cocaine?
seems like I heard of it before, and it kind of like makes you stronger
I heard
than normal, but that's really all I know. It's tails more than anything else.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it, so I really can't figure anything out for you.
Guess I've only ever seen the white variety.
Yeah, I mean,
Bro.
I've only seen what you have, so I mean,
We'll keep your eye out for more.
yeah.
I should
I'll-
ask where it grew.
3 points of exhaustion.
I don't want to go back to her.
5 points of
I-
exhaustion.
Yeah,
He would just
I'm
die.
good.
He's dead
I'm
after that.
good.
His little heart gives out.
We can
The super
we
cocaine,
can mark
I
that
think,
off
only
of our
gives you one.
checklist.
We killed a
That's that
wizard.
person.
I gotta
Now the
write that
Fellowship
down.
of the Ring can't happen.
We killed a wizard.
No, it's okay. Spider-Man 2099 will come in and be like, nah, it's a canon event. You're not supposed to kill him. Hold on.
Bring it back.
No spoilers, man.
What's an adrenaline shot? Those memes are everywhere.
I have not seen any memes for it.
Okay.
Me neither.
For which one?
The new
Surprise.
Spider-Man.
Everyone
Surprise.
boo
Oh.
Jason now.
Hey,
Boo.
if you haven't seen Across the Spider-Verse yet, wait another 2 years. That's what I'm going to say.
Why?
Because that's
'Cause
when
that's
part
when
2
the-
comes
Because it's
out.
part 1 of a 2-parter and it's a cliffhanger.
Oh, it's
Ew.
no, it's technically it's part
2 years.
It's a trilogy.
Right.
It's-
No, like the first one had a beginning and an end. This one has a beginning.
well, I think what it was is that was because it wasn't.
That's why
It's like
it's
They weren't expecting
legitimately
it to go as well as it did, but I mean, come on.
it's
Miles
legitimately
Morales.
part 1 and 2. Is the
but it's
what they're saying.
technically still right. It's a
Yes.
continuation.
It is
will-
part
it
2
is
of
a
3,
trilogy.
but parts 2 and 3 are just the same part.
Right.
But different parts of
You know,
the
like
same
Deathly Hallows has a part 1 and part 2 where there's
Mhm.
no like real end to part 1.
True.
That
Yeah.
it's like that.
Because
So-
heaven forbid we sit in a theater for 6 hours.
Wait,
Dane
wait,
hasn't
we do
seen
it.
it either.
Wait like 2 years.
I've done
it's,
it.
It's fine.
But it's still
Anyways,
really good.
head on over to
Fucking see it.
Radagast.
Don't
I
listen
did
to
it.
Jason. Jason's an opinionated asshole.
You're heading over to
Also-
Radagast?
There are 2 different versions of that movie out.
Yes, I have
I heard that. I did hear that.
that they've got different. They've slid in different.
So Dan's headed over to
Smalls.
Radagast, huh? Good to
Yep.
hear.
Radagast house.
Who's Dan?
Fredwick.
So Fredwick's headed over to...
Jeez.
So, you get over to his house, and you see what they saw before. Not nearly as many animals in and around the pond. Smoke pouring out of the chimney.
Smoke porn.
Smoke pouring.
Okay. Gonna get
Since
the cocaine,
apparently
that's
I
what
have
she's
to enunciate everything perfectly to avoid confusion.
I have already talked to Radagast, so I'm not going back to his house. I just passed on the message, and then I'm going to continue to hang out with the people from the place.
Octane thought he heard smoke porn too.
Thank you, Octane. Vindicated.
Smoke pouring out.
Because I'll continue with him.
What's that for like?
Does that twinkle your ears too?
The tribe apparently has this tradition where they believe if they could tweak or pinch an ear of a hobbit, it brings them luck.
I'm hearing all of this.
You mean we have had an unlimited source of good luck this entire time and none of us have done anything about it?
Probably should have. Couple close calls already.
Well, this backfired spectacularly, Ronnie. Catching up to Frederick.
I think I have to pinch his ear now.
Maybe after, before you
I'm
go
going to do a
and hang out with
traditions
Penny
check
again,
and see if
pinch-
this is a custom anywhere else.
I know, right? Actually, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gonna do it. I have traditions as well, so I'm trained.
Natural
Before
one.
you pinch
Natural one!
19.
Perfect.
Yes, everywhere. Avoid everyone always. Live in fear. No. You know that hobbits avoid the big folk as a rule, so probably.
That's
Like, this is
makes
one
sense
more
why.
reason. This is one more reason why hobbits
Weird.
probably avoid the big folk. Because of weird superstitions like this.
With a 19, is that is it that region?
You haven't heard of other cultures tweaking hobbits' ears. You know that servants of the shadow sometimes cut off their enemies' ears.
Yep, that's what I was figuring.
Yeah. So there's that.
Won't tell him that one.
Lucky as a hobbit's ear.
You knock on the door, and after about a minute, the door opens, and you see Radagast. He opens the door, looks around, and closes it.
It's
That's
down,
about time I catch up with you.
down lower.
Door's closed.
I'll come up, knock harder.
Oh, there you are. Yeah. Oh, hello.
Because I see him close the door, and I'm like,
Hello.
Hello. What can I do for you?
I love a good short
Well,
joke.
I heard you were in need for some hagweed, and I happen to have some extra.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much.
How much do you need?
As much as I can get my hands on, it seems to be the key to combating several of the issues within Mirkwood.
Yes. I have a handful that I can give to you right now. And I'm growing more. I established a greenhouse, so I can
Oh,
set up some sort of transit
wonderful.
for you. Yes, I found that it really helps with this illness that's going around, the choking shadow, and it is really combating the vines growing all over the Blacktarn as well, and doing quite a good job of that, slowing their
Oh.
progress.
The weeds I've been hearing about?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
good heavens. Well, that's good to know. It might mean something important if I get any time to think about it.
Well, I actually I'll give him the Fred Up.
Okay.
My little spray bottle of Fred Up that I created that has a little bit left over. This is
Alright.
what I used. You just kind of on there.
I think one thing that is missing from this, I have a bountiful availability of. That is not just any normal pond. There are some light-bringing properties about it. It's why I built my house here, was to be close to that pond. I mean, you've seen how the animals are drawn to it. I think that if we make this formula with that water instead of just normal water, it might have some better outcomes and results.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Of course, the wizard built his house on a fancy magic pond.
Who wouldn't?
I would love to have that bottle back too. By the way,
Oh,
I
yes,
haven't
yes,
had
yes.
a chance to patent the top of it.
Yeah, he
yet.
pulls out the cork and pours it into a little phial that he has, and then pops it back on and hands it to you.
Thank you. And how fast can I assume that the hagweed is growing back home.
You can.
My supply of it.
Hagweed is the sort of thing where the longer you let it grow, the more potent it is.
Mm.
You can harvest it 4 or 5 times a year. For best results, you're gonna want to keep it at 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay.
So every 6 months, if you want to have best results, if you're just trying to get as much as you can, then every 3 or 4 months you can
It
harvest
just
it.
won't be as potent.
Yeah.
I don't want to give it all up because it's like the key ingredient in
Mhm.
most of these things,
Mhm.
and it literally heals shadow points
It is important to be
for
sure.
us.
Oh, that's why he made it that.
Yep. And
Diabolical.
what's this other thing that it does?
If all this bad stuff is coming from the shadow, then Hagweed's gonna be the cure.
Yep.
And we'll give people advantage on saves against corruption for a week as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn.
That's its regular one. So I will keep 2 and give him 4.
All right. He very gratefully accepts it and says, well, thank you very much. And as he's talking to you, one of the cauldrons in his house starts bubbling and churning over like
I'm
crazy.
just gonna go over to it and
Well,
start.
he's gonna rush over and,
okay.
and get it taken care of and say, is there anything else? If not, a few of these are about to go off, so I need to give them my attention.
Well, do you need any help?
No, I've done fine thus far.
Okay. Well. No. Unless you have any other herbs that you'd be willing to part with, other than the hagweed.
I don't have any herbs, but I would be honored if, as payment for this, you would feel free to take some water out of the pond with you. Of everybody in Mirkwood, you're one of a few who I think could help do some good. Was it not showing up on the camera?
Yeah. The white balance is a little off.
Oh,
So it's
yeah,
just
it
a-
was.
It was showing up. It was just a little glary.
There's a blob
Yeah.
of white.
Well, thank you. Yes, absolutely. I will
Indeed.
fill back up that bottle
Like right there.
with,
I've got a water skin.
and yeah, fill up a water skin with it
Yep.
then too.
So you now have a water skin of pure water.
I'll take off my water skin.
It's just like smart water.
The
More like
pH,
Fiji.
pH
Fiji's
balance.
the good stuff, yeah.
The good
Ha,
shit.
psych, it's Dasani, it sucks.
No.
You get that shit at Walmart.
What did you say? Light water?
Pure water.
Pure water.
Yep.
Has a carbon filter in it.
Is it have like an umlaut over the U?
Pure water.
Pure.
Pure Wasser. Das
Ja.
ist pure
Das
Wasser.
ist pure water.
Yep, and we can take off.
With a Norwegian accent.
Sounds good.
It's
Where
good, yeah.
are all the animals?
Some are sick, some are out helping me to collect ingredients or deliver messages, and some just don't come out of their burrows much anymore.
That's probably safer. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Get me back up with the game.
Anything else you guys would like to do before heading north?
Trying to go to a funeral.
Okay.
Yep.
They're in this season.
After another day and a
All
half,
places to be.
you reach Woodman Town. And you see that when you came through here last time, they were building another addition onto Barracks Clinic. You can see that that's completed. But you do not see as many people. Like before, there were people lined up outside to try to get in. Now there's not that. And before, the curtains were drawn, and they seem to be open now.
Enough people die, they thinned out the population.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, Thanos was right in some degree.
Looking around, you see that foot traffic in Woodsman Town is not as much lower as you thought it would be. There's still a good deal of foot traffic. Yeah.
Probably go ahead and get a spot to prepare for said funeral.
Okay. This is Woodsman Town. Woodsman Hall is where the funeral is.
Yeah.
It's still a little bit further away.
Yeah. Still another day and a half north.
Yeah. Woodsman Town.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have any? I mean, we've been here a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have any like well noticed or accomplished like blacksmiths or any woodworkers?
They have both. They have blacksmiths and woodworkers. You kind of get what you get though. Like there are 2 blacksmiths and there's a whole bunch of woodworkers because the woodsmen bring in the lumber and then sell it to the different woodworkers. So there's a lot more of them than there are blacksmiths. And the blacksmiths are a father and a son, and the son opened up his own blacksmith shop. And yeah.
If I can
Nobody particularly prestigious in Woodman Town?
Probably not. No.
Probably not.
No. Just checking to see if there's anybody in the area that I can get any upgrades for either my sword or my shield, since they've seen better days. Yeah, if there's anybody around. But if there's not, then I'll just...
Not upgrades, but you could... Well, you could ask.
No, just for brevity's sake, but still RPing, I'd probably go over and see if, while we stay, if they can just kind of sharpen and oil the sword and go and make sure it doesn't get all shitty and rusty and dull.
Are you going to the father or the son for the blacksmithery?
We'll go to the father.
All right. Yeah, you approach a big barrel-chested man who looks like he had very wild brown hair in his younger days. It's thinning out and mostly gray at this point, but still looks as, decades of being a blacksmith, you're gonna be in pretty good shape. So,
I bet
yeah.
his forearms are just like my thighs.
His forearms look like a Disney World turkey leg. Let's just say that.
Overpriced.
Overpriced and made of emu. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, as you approach, he seems to be just he's got a little nail and hammer, and he's working on a horseshoe. Finishing up a horseshoe. It looks like he's actually just tapping his mark into it. The mark of his trade, so
that makes sense.
But yeah, he's just bent over doing it. Ding 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 ding.
Just well met, my friend. It's been a while since we've been here.
Oh yes, the toll ranger. Good to see you too.
Yes, sir.
Holds out his hand. Gives you a solid greeting. What can I do for you today?
Well, the armaments have seen some better days, and I can only do so much with sharpening and oiling on the road. Just looking to see if maybe I can either upgrade from this worn old sword, or maybe you can give it some of its luster back.
May I see it?
Of course. And I'll just unhook the whole scabbard and give it to
Mm-hmm.
him.
Pulls it out, sees the dings and nicks along the blade. Oh yeah, this has seen a good amount of battle. Well, looking at it, don't know that I could do finer work, but I think I could get her back to her old luster.
If you can, it'd be fantastic. We have a funeral to go to, and I wanted to show our best side.
Ingomer. He and I were kids together. A good, strong lad.
He was a good man from what we know.
Oh,
But just trying to give him a proper send-off.
well, with that in mind, I'll have this looking better tomorrow.
I appreciate that.
I see some dings and nicks in your shield as well.
Yes.
Did you get in a fight with a elk charging your antler first?
I'll bring it up and show it to him.
Mhm.
It was an orc chieftain, actually.
Golly.
His cleaver did some work.
Oh. Well,
Should be able to spruce this up a bit too.
not that, but I know a lad who'll get some new wood planks on it for you. Good, strong, Mirkwood, oaken stuff. It'll get it looking better than ever. And if pay a little extra, you can have something painted on it. His eldest daughter is very accomplished at that.
Well, that seems mighty fine.
It's his name is Edwin Caskies, and he uses your scabbard that he's holding to point at a shop just up the road.
Across the way.
Yep, go over there, tell him I sent you. He'll get you a good deal on getting your shield looking nice and pretty again.
I definitely can. I appreciate your time too. It's very important. And just let me know how much when I come back.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I know his name from some point. I think we've talked before. I just don't think I have it down.
Yeah, from the Merchants Fair
Yeah.
in Woodman Town from before.
Yes.
I do believe that this is the same guy.
Okay.
And his son was there as his apprentice.
Yes, and now he's moved
Yep.
up from there.
Yep, he's
Okay.
moved on and put up his own. Did you write down what his name was, Dan, from back then?
I can check here.
Okay.
Lore keeper from way back when.
Resident Lord Keeper.
While we're looking for that,
Barrows.
Eco Owl Press is our sponsor, and they're awesome. If you need anything printed, just reach out to them. They'll ship anywhere. Tell them all about it.
We can, and have some pretty cool custom things printed off. They do their own designing too,
Mhm.
or you can go ahead and give them a design of your own and have them go and do stuff. Like we had our personal books made for this campaign.
Mm-hmm.
They can also go ahead and do stuff. So if you have things from like Drive Through RPG, you have any of those books that you want to go ahead and get printed off. Rich and Cass are over there and definitely can go ahead and get you taken care of.
Yep.
Especially if it comes to you have your own business. You want to go ahead and get made for different business cards. If you want to go ahead and have pamphlets, stuff made off, menus, they can go ahead and do just about everything.
I'm gonna try that.
So
I did like
go
that in the
ahead and,
white version.
and give them a holler. We have their notification popping up every few
Mhm.
minutes. So check out that website. You can always go ahead and hit them up on their email, and they'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Yep.
But local and over here in Michiana, but some really good friends I've known for quite a few years now.
Yep.
They're pretty awesome.
Great people. There we go. You
Yeah.
can see it better that time.
Much better that way.
Do we have a name? Okay.
I don't think so. I just have Jabor written down was the only name from that
Jaboy?
whole fair. From
Jaboy,
the guy who did
Jaboy.
the elf in disguise.
You know what? His name is Horton.
Horton.
Horton the blacksmith.
That sounds good to me.
Horton.
Who does he like to hear?
I like Horton.
Who?
Yeah, I would stop by over there and speak with that gentleman as well,
Edwin Cask.
Mr. Cask. Yes.
Yep. And he is also willing to help. And he asks, would you like something painted on it as well, or are you?
was told that your daughter is very skilled.
That she is.
I would,
She can paint a dragon that you'd swear your shield could breathe fire.
I would absolutely love to have a nice painting emblazoned on this shield, especially for tomorrow. And I will get one cooked up by the time we have tomorrow ready to go. I just need to go ahead and look up something real quick.
Sure. And you tell him what you want, and you can look it up now. That's fine. Yeah. Well, what would the rest of you like to do?
I had no idea that you had to oil a sword. I was not aware.
I mean, it does help it from getting rusted and pitted.
Okay.
Oiling.
The elements are not kind to a sword, so you gotta do what you can.
Neither are bones when you're trying to go through them.
No, it makes sense. I just never thought of
No.
Oiling, sharpening, all of it helps to keep it from rusting, getting dull, and breaking.
Oil them, sharpen them, stick them in a stew.
I never-
Don't stick them in your stew. It's a bad
I
idea.
always sharpened and cleaned the blade, but I never oiled it for little knives that I would use, mostly kitchen knives and stuff like that.
A bit of mineral oil helps from time to time.
Interesting.
I'm going to ask around and see if there's any news from the land of the Beornings or anything out that way.
There is. You are walking around asking questions and end up in the long hall, the longhouse,
That makes sense.
talking to Fridwald the Runner, who you would remember being the old wiry man who you met at the Moot all those years ago. He's not much of a runner anymore, from
More
what
of a
you can
walker.
tell.
Well, walks around the mall.
Well, with a walker, maybe.
He's now Fridwald with the walker.
But yeah, he's in there. And as you approach, he gives you a toothless, gummy grin and says, "Well, look at that. It's our friend from the Bjornings. How are you, Hobson?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And how are you, my good friend?
You know, I've been better and I've been worse. The news of my compatriot from the northern tribe is very saddening, but tomorrow we get to celebrate his life and toast him off into whatever comes next.
I was also saddened to hear of his passing, but it will be good to pay our respects and see what his son may come to as a leader. Do you know his son?
Yes, Ingel, he's a good boy. Not always totally sure of himself, but he has the stock in him to be a fine chief.
Well, I hope we can do whatever we can to instill some confidence in him to help him lead his people.
Indeed.
I was wondering, have you heard anything from the land of the Beornings? I haven't been out for a while, and I heard there was some trouble up there about
Well,
a year or so ago.
you've come to the right place because I am the messenger and the chief messenger of the woodsmen, so very little happens in or around the forest that I'm not aware of. You know, I suppose, that Vigland is back.
That's what my pops told me.
Well, he sent a messenger to the Vale of the Anduin with a declaration of war for Beorn. Apparently, he had a large party of men who just happened to be over near the Vale of the Anduin, and they were attacked by archers and slain. And of course, he blames Beorn, because in his eyes there's no greater fiend in all the world. But between you and me, I have heard that there are some elven youth who've been bragging about being the ones who loose those arrows. So I don't know for sure one way or the other, but Vigeland seems to be on the warpath now.
I don't necessarily care who killed those men. I'm glad they got killed.
You and me both. I'm old enough to remember when Vigeland was Lord of the Vale of the Anduin, and he made it not a nice place to live by.
Have you heard if the Beornings are mobilizing, or if there's any intention of bringing war to Vigeland?
I haven't heard much from Grimbeorn or his father lately. It seems that they're still in council concerning the whole thing. But there have been talks of things that I haven't heard for quite some time. Of a great bear lurking under the trees of the forest in the north area of the forest, who seems to bring Vigeland and his raiding parties to justice. Whether it's Beorn himself or not, I don't know, but there are whisperings and talkings.
Yeah, I've been trying to create some whisperings and talkings of a great bear in the south of Mirkwood as well, but
Is that you?
I've got a long way before I make it to the same standard as Beorn.
I disregarded those stories because I just thought they were the mad ravings of the poor people of the Black Tarn. That's fascinating. Well, good for you. Way to take it to 'em.
And I hope to take it to him a lot more than just that. Well, it's been a pleasure catching up with you, my friend.
You too. You too.
And with that, I will part ways.
Mm-hmm.
Don't love the news, but I at least have the news.
Yep. All right. How about you guys? What are you doing here in Woodsman Town?
Is this or Woodsman Hall where Barrick is, the healer?
Barrick is here in
Is here.
Woodsman Town.
I'll visit him, see how he's doing, see if how the triage stuff has come along.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
You enter his clinic. And when you enter the first area, it's just like what the building was, right? Then they built the other expansion, then the other one. It's looking at it, the quarantine sign is not up outside anymore.
okay.
And he, as you enter, he looks up and looking older. He's aging so fast because of all the stress he's been through. When you first met him at the Woodsman Moot, he looked like a young man. Now he's probably in his early 30s, but looks more like late 40s, early 50s. A lot of wrinkles, bags under his eye. But when he looks up and sees you, he gives you a big smile and says, "Ah, my greatest apprentice. How are you, Fredwick?"
I'm doing well.
Good, good. Well, what can I do for you today?
Oh, we're just passing through, heading to the funeral and all, but I just was coming to check up on you, make sure you're doing all right.
Well, I'm doing much better than the last time you saw me.
Yes.
You can look around the clinic at all the beds in there, and you won't find a single person.
That's good news, I'm hoping.
It is.
Oh, good.
All dead.
Hey.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, they're just dead. That's,
I'm going to boat.
We
back.
found a cure for the illness
Yes.
that you won't believe.
Let me guess.
Go ahead.
Hagweed, kingcup, and water lily.
Much simpler than that.
Sprite and chicken noodle soup.
Werner's ginger ale. Sponsor us, Werner's.
Saltines. We took them into the longhouse.
Yes. And it.
Within a
Clear
day or
up?
two, they were healed.
How?
I wish I knew.
That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look around in the longhouse to see if there was?
There's nothing
Anything
there
else
that
there?
hasn't been there for 100 years.
Just a bunch of hobbit ears hanging out.
Just
He's-
walk
I got-
around and rub each one.
your head's still wrapped. You're fine.
Would you happen to have a hat?
Buy a beanie for him.
Wow, that's incredible. They just stayed in the longhouse
Yes.
and it cleared right up.
If they were in there for... I timed it. The longest a person had to be in there was a person who was near death's door. And I waited until they were... With their permission, I waited until they were near death. And I took them in, and it took them 20 hours to be healed and walking around.
Wow, incredible. Has it ever done anything like that before? Has other people been?
Not really. There are stories of people in the past who've superstitiously gone in there if they've had a stab wound or something, but they all died.
Wow. Huh. Well, I'd love to check it out if that would be all right.
I'm sure you're welcome.
Inspect the area. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're doing well, and I'm glad that all cleared up.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to be back to resetting broken arms and helping heal the sniffles again.
Yes. That would be nice.
Barrick out here living his best life.
I know, right?
Would you happen to have any hagweed?
I have a
Left over?
shipment hopefully coming in within the next few days.
Okay.
I don't have it right now, though.
Okay. I was just speaking yesterday with Radagast, and he's in dire need of it.
Yes, he's sent several woodpeckers to tap on my door till I would agree to send him some hagweed.
Okay.
Yes. So
It's probably an effective method.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah, they're doing Morse code.
it's Morse code.
SOS.
Annoy him into sending
Yeah.
hagweed.
Fine.
Me. Well, yeah, that's good then. You're helping him out. I was gonna say he might be more interested in this revelation of the longhouse too. But
Yes, I suppose I could send him word.
if you see
yes.
another woodpecker, maybe.
Yes, if he sends another of his messengers, if I'm not too annoyed, I'll tell him.
Okay. It's a little eccentric. It'll be all right.
Indeed.
That's all I know.
Well,
Deaths of hundreds of people. If I'm not annoyed.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're doing well. Goodbye, and I'll see you soon.
Come by any time, Fredwick.
Will do. And I'll head over to try to meet up with these
Okay.
jokers.
What are you doing this whole time?
Lisbon Town's not been much my area to chill and play, so
Yeah.
I mean it's probably.
We'll help you.
Oh, I think that is a doggy needs a potty check, potty break.
Needs a bio break.
He needs a bio break.
Give me
Benji's gonna be my.
Give me a couple minutes and we'll have a bio break. Oh, Benji's taking him. Good.
Go follow Benji, Stark.
Once I
There he goes. There he
He's
goes.
got it. He's got it down
Big
there.
boy up the stairs.
Honestly, I probably would be taking the time to like. It's been a while since have been here. I'm honestly probably slinking around, seeing what's changed. I mean, obviously the fact that the healer is got his windows open and all those, that's like huge. But like trying to see how people are acting and we'll lurk about.
Yep. As you do it, go ahead and give me a perception check just to see if you perceive some stuff going on or not.
What do your little eyes tell you?
What your human eyes see.
12.
Okay. You see people out and about enjoying their lives. When you guys passed through here before, it was a town in crisis with a plague starting.
Right.
Life is normal.
That is very unusual in Mirkwood at this time.
Mm-hmm. There are definitely still like town guards going around, keeping their eyes out for for creatures or enemies. But
once like noticing like how everything's like seemingly normal, where I know like everywhere else is having. We're struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. What? Everything seems fine here. What's going on? I know there's a lot of places that are struggling with things. This seems fantastic.
Mm-hmm. You approach a young lady who's carrying a couple of jars with different colored paint in them.
Okay.
She's carrying them from one building to another. And you stop her and just ask casually, hey, what's going on? Things seem great around here. And she goes, oh, yes, sir. Things are going very good. Yes, the sickness has left Woodsman Town, and we're able to get back to life as we knew it before.
Did someone come in and help everybody? I mean,
Barrick, the healer, he started taking people into the longhouse, and after a day or so, they'd come out healed.
well, that's fantastic.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see a place thriving again.
Indeed.
Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thank you, sir. Have a lovely stay.
Yes, thank you. And I'll meet up with them, or actually, I'll probably head to the longhouse just on my own,
check it out.
Okay. He comes out of the longhouse. You two arrive at the longhouse, and you meet up with them outside the longhouse, all about the same time.
You wouldn't believe what I just heard.
I have a funny feeling I might know what you've heard.
Barrick just did this. Go ahead.
So, young lady, you met her in the streets. Said
you already
that.
know.
Yeah, the sickness because of the longhouse. It's gone away. They go into the longhouse.
Just gone.
Yeah, she said that we'd be in there for a day.
20 hours was the longest period.
That's
Well, I was just in a longhouse. It looked exactly like it looked the last time we were here.
that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense. Stock, I don't know what's going on.
Sometimes places have like peculiar healing properties about them, but
Just emanating
But-
from it, though.
But yeah, it would.
could have been built on something
We should
long
go
ago, or there's
investigate.
something there that
I-
caused it, or
If it can save more people, then
Yes.
we should.
Yeah, we can go take a look.
absolutely.
If we can replicate what happened, we'll send people here,
Mm-hmm.
save lives.
Yeah. I just don't trust it, though.
You don't trust anything.
I trust you guys. That's about it.
It could be good. It
I'm
could just be
hoping
something
it's
that
good.
was there from long ago.
Yeah,
I mean-
let's check. We'll see if there's anything that we can see.
I mean, maybe with the mountain exploding, maybe that caused it to activate.
Oh, true.
Maybe.
Anything's possible.
Okay. I'm gonna start searching around the outside of the building.
Okay.
Go inside.
I'll go inside.
Okay.
I'll
Give
go
me
back
an
in.
investigation check around the outside.
18.
Okay. Just like you've heard, everything looks exactly the same. You remember that when you guys passed through here before, you felt an easing of tensions and fears and stuff as you passed the longhouse.
Okay.
And so as you walk a little closer, you feel that a little bit. You feel your burdens lighten a little bit. You feel your tense muscles relax a little bit. Who's
Shit
going?
myself.
But everything on the outside looks exactly how it looked before.
Okay.
There's
I'll eventually go. I will.
Yes.
And then I'll eventually. So they'll be inside, and then I'll eventually.
Are all the rest of you going inside?
Yeah, I'm going back in.
Okay. Everybody on the inside, give me an investigation check.
I'm gonna first go to Darathon and go. I've been reading this journal, and there's a little a blurb into it after we were translating some of it about the healer having to find a route, and it was a long period that they had to search and track and discern where this root was growing and find. It's same but different. That the Dundane are expert at finding things. So I just think that you'll do a great job at
Scholar's
finding what's
inspiration.
going to be. So you get a D6 to anything.
Gotten pretty lucky at trying to find this your roots and stuff before. Maybe you'll get a feeling in here.
So everybody give me investigation.
D6
Hot damn.
of inspo. Investigation is the strong suit.
Barts. Dang, I was hoping you had a good one, though.
15.
No,
15?
Yeah.
Shadow Lore's really good. Survival is really good.
Natural one.
Natural 1.
That's your second one tonight?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, no. Oh, buddy.
That was bad.
What'd you get?
Not a nat 1, but
Okay.
that's like a 5.
Okay. Volley,
2,
you feel yourself being drawn
6.
inside as you investigate outside.
Right. That makes sense.
And so, after a minute of looking around outside, you step inside.
I got a decent
You
investigation,
two
too.
are looking around on the ground floor, mostly. You're looking for incense burning or some jar that might have a poultice in it that someone was using to help cure people. You two feel like something else is going on. You both look at each other, and your minds both simultaneously start flooding with memories. The first is passing by here before, and that feeling of your burdens being lifted. The second is the werewolf destroying the lanterns in the forest clearing.
Okay.
The third is entering the werewolf's lair and seeing the lantern there and having that feeling of having seen it before but not remembering where. At which point you both look at each other,
And
look up, and you see a spit and image of the lantern you found in the werewolf's cave, except this one's gold instead of silver.
Holy shit.
So we were looking at the ground. They were looking in the air.
Yeah, you guys were looking down and around here. The feeling that you guys had got you remembering. You both look up and see this golden lantern.
And with that, we will pause real quick for our bio break. On that cliffhanger, not cliffhanger, but on that reveal.
On that shocking revelation.
Yep, commercial.
That is a good call.
So we will be back post haste, 5 to 10 minutes probably, just to. I need to get a drink and also kind of use the bathroom. So yeah, we'll be back in 5 to 10. Please stick around. Golden Lantern means what? Stick around and find out, Octane. Stick around and find out. Full send.
Bop. We back, homies.
All right. Something I didn't say earlier. Apparently, the stream is also brought to you by Octane. Thank you so much for the big
Yeah,
donation this
Octane!
time. Thank you so much. That's awesome. We really appreciate
Octane a
it.
gangster.
Yep. So,
So we
you
have
all
things
just
like
looked up
this.
and saw a
Can you just
golden
make sure that's my
lantern,
box says it? It's good. Okay. I just want to make sure.
and you remember.
It should be fine.
You remember based on
It's good. Is there a red X next to it, or is it white?
White and it's green.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure that the OBS controller's working.
when you brought that lantern back to the Hall of the Elven King, Stark, stay away from that pine.
That was a heavy thing too. Wasn't
Yeah.
yeah.
It was huge. It took all four of us.
You worked together to carry it.
Yeah, that was a giant thing.
it? Fredwick had the most weight.
And you talked to
He's hanging off the edges like the three of us.
you talked to Ormal the lamp maker, who not only makes lamps but knows the history of elven made lamps. And you know that the silver lamp you brought back was part of a pair that was made in Amon Lank back in the day, an old elven city, to drive back the shadow of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord. The silver lamp was known to have been lost to the Werewolf of Mirkwood. The golden one went missing a long time ago. But both of them have a special property for driving off the shadow, and suddenly it all makes sense why bringing people under the light of this lamp would drive off this sickness that is being brought on by the shadow.
But why was one of them gold and one of them silver?
Great question.
Yeah.
Whoever asked that.
Yeah, that was great.
Could we have a visual aid, please?
There's only 2 total. Is that right?
There's 2 total. One
So
gold
you
and
see
one
how
silver.
One of the trees on my arm here is gold, and the other one is silver.
Made by the trees.
They
On the
were
tree?
made
They're
in the
both-
likeness of the 2 trees
Mm-hmm.
Radical.
for the.
That were the original light source of all of Middle Earth. Long time ago.
For the powerful, good magical effects.
So
And
the lanterns that we saw by the dining area, were they like facsimiles of it, or
the dining area of what?
when we were
When the
having
werewolf
the
was, like,
dinner, when the
cutting
werewolf
down
was
those
destroying
lamps.
those other ones?
Yeah, the werewolf just didn't seem to like lamps.
Okay. I didn't know if they were like facsimiles of it, or
The
if it was
werewolf
just a
maybe
light,
didn't put that much thought into it.
light sensitivity.
These
Yeah.
are horrible looking
Well,
lamps.
and it's known
Up
that
down.
it's known that servants of the shadow
You're just
do not
attracting
like
bugs.
you would know, especially
This
that
lamp
orcs
doesn't go
never
with my
travel around
aesthetic.
during the light of
During
day. They travel around at night or under thick clouds to hide from the light of the sun.
That's one of the things Rings of Power I think got more right.
Mm.
Negativity towards any kind of light, daylight, any of that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah. Upon seeing this, what do you do? What do you do? So, actually, as of right now, you're the only 2 looking up and seeing it.
Well, I haven't found a thing.
Yeah, I thought there might be some incense or something going on, but
Yeah.
nothing I can smell.
Could just be a light source.
Oh shit!
Looking up, you 2 have the exact same revelation that they just had.
Like a legitimate light bulb up on the head.
Then the lamp actually glows.
Yeah.
Yes, literally, a light on above my head.
So if we can break this down
Well?
and monetize it.
Wow.
Wow.
This is incredible.
How did they get one of those?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, I thought the gold lamp went missing a long time ago, but here it is, right here in the woodland hall. I think maybe they just don't know what they have here.
Absolutely.
Start. Leave the pie alone.
It might be a good idea that. Should we tell them or just let it be a beneficial secret?
Well, if it can heal the disease that's spreading through the forest, it probably would be good to let everybody know if they can come here, but it's not our town, so we don't necessarily want to invite everybody all across Mirkwood to come here without talking with the leaders of this city.
Right. I'm just saying if we tell people about the properties of the longhouse being medicinal in this, but not specifically of the lamp. Once you itemize something, people seem to covet.
Right. We
I
will
don't-
keep that between
I
us.
don't have that ring anymore, but I would have shown it off.
Not to mention how excited the elves were when we brought back the broken other one.
That's true, that's true.
They would definitely want this back, which eventually they should probably get it back, you know, but it's helping people right now.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a sticky situation.
They already have one of those. Maybe men are due to have one as well. We already have other signs of trust. But it's been here for this long.
Yes.
Jason, either move your mic or turn it up.
Am I being too quiet? It might be a thing. My mouth is full of chocolate goodness.
Fair enough.
Now we're really getting to the ASMR.
I know, right? I mean, I know that it's the elf's lamp, but like right now it's helping these folks. Let's let them use it.
So maybe here's what we do. If we encounter other people outside of this town that are suffering from the same sickness, we can tell them to come visit here, but we don't necessarily publicize it outside of just that.
Well,
Okay.
Agreed.
kind of the problem, though, because we've had this issue we've seen down in Blackton and other spots in Mirkwood as well. So letting their officials know might be a good idea. This is the same ailment that's happening down there, right? That's betting half the
Yes.
population. So, I think it would be a good idea. Let them know, and hopefully they can send their people over, and definitely smart to talk to the officials here first.
I don't know if I would want to put any. As funny as this is going to sound, I don't know if I would want to put any light on that situation. I think honestly it should just stay between the four of us. We know what's happening. We know why they're healing. Let's leave it at that. Because the more people that know, it could cause problems. It could bring them some undue strife, other than just having them having an influx of people coming in to get healed. I would much rather them having to deal with more people coming to get healed than all of a sudden figuring out what that is.
Right.
So
Agreed.
let's
Probably
not tell
best
anybody.
to let people know that
This is a place to get healed.
this is a place of healing, but don't let them know why.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
Because I don't want to cause Barrick any more problems. This area is small, plus, and this is extremely selfish, but we also know, so we can come back here in case anything happens to us.
I also agree with what Fredwick said. I think once the elves find out what it is that's here, they might want to come and reclaim it and cause more strife amongst the good people of the wood. There's enough strife without that.
Yes. So we have to keep it from them as well, for the time being. people to be healthy.
We've already lost one leader because of this.
Exactly.
Be good to go ahead and make sure that we don't lose any more.
Right.
So,
Give me an insight check.
Huh?
I told
Oh.
Hobson to give me an insight check.
It's bad.
Okay. What is it?
3.
3? All right.
You're so bad.
Real bad.
3s are hot tonight.
Yeah, they are.
With a 3, you dot starts to connect in your head that Fridwald, the runner,
Yep.
is very old.
Yep.
Still in surprising good shape. Sitting in this great hall every day. Not running anymore, but definitely should have been like in
He's-
much worse shape at this point.
He's doing a lot better than he should be.
Yep.
Okay.
No. All right. You guys gonna do anything else in here?
No.
Well, we were gonna talk to the leader of the town, right?
I talked myself out of that.
On the way home, maybe. Have more time to think about it.
Right.
Then.
Just worried about the people that could get healed by this that are going to be nearing their end because they can't see this.
I think, like how you said it earlier, that if we just stress that it's the longhouse healing the people, it's not a lie.
Right. I'm just saying, maybe we talk to them now. They get the ball rolling out as soon as possible. Maybe they will let others come into town about it, and we can send runners out now. Black Tarn is failing with the sickness and the weeds.
Yes.
If we can get their people to come here just for a day and heal up on this, then that's scores of more folk that can be there to battle Maldred and whatever else is going to come from the mountains.
That's true.
I think this is important.
This one was a small part of me wishes that we didn't figure it out.
Yeah.
But we don't have to tell them it's the lamp, just tell them it's the longhouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we probably should talk to whoever is the leader here before we start giving everybody else in the entire forest the green light to come here.
Right.
Fridwald.
Right.
I'll go talk to Friedwald again.
I'll go with.
I think all of us.
Yeah. There's no reason to split up this time.
As good friends of the Men of the Woods, you guys are able to approach him, no problem. He's sitting in a big chair at the front of the longhouse. He's got some maps and papers sitting on the table in front of him, and as you approach, he looks up. Oh, well, welcome back already, Hobson.
Well, thank you, Friedwald.
Got more secrets to whisper in my ear?
Actually, in a way.
Oh. He's gonna signal to a couple of guards standing nearby to give you guys some space. Please, have a seat. 4 chairs are brought up and set down on the other side of the table.
I will
like
sit.
between you and him.
I will address Fridwald and say,
Our good friend Fredwick over here was just talking with Bereg about how the plague that started here was quelled, which is fantastic news. We were all very excited to hear that.
It's always been said that this longhouse held some homely properties that helped the body and mind to heal, and this is just more proof of that.
It absolutely is. This is a very, very special longhouse.
Indeed.
We, in our travels, have encountered many others in other parts of Mirkwood that have also been suffering from the same ailment that struck this town very hard.
Yes, it sweeps through the forest like a brush fire.
We believe that if those people were able to come to the Longhouse, even for a day or less, depending on how bad they have the sickness, they too could be healed, and this Longhouse could contribute to the whole of Mirkwood healing.
Yes, I agree, and all of our brothers and sisters throughout the forest know that they're always welcome here.
Well, that's wonderful. I think we've all agreed with your blessing that as we continue to travel and encounter those that are stricken with this ailment, we might send them here so that they too can find the same healing that your house has found.
I'll say it again, and with a little more emphasis this time. All of our brothers and sisters, our fellow woodsmen, and our close friends are always welcome here.
Understood. You're a good man, Fredwold.
I do my best.
With that, I think we must be off to make our preparations for the memorial service tomorrow.
Indeed, I should as well. This is all just my fourth grandnephew is I think the most fit to take over here while I'm gone. So I was just signing a few things to solidify him being in charge while I'm away. Plus, most of my close relatives should be there.
Well, very good. I reckon we'll see you there tomorrow.
Indeed. You're welcome to stay here and travel with the caravan up north tomorrow if you wish.
Very good.
Take you up on that one.
Who's the fourth nephew?
Oh, Epsim. He's a good boy. Very... he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's distantly related to me enough that he won't be expected there. So, he was my best choice.
Do you have an idea on who they're going to have succeed in Goma?
It's all but certain it'll be Ingel. The other option is unthinkable after what he's done to the tribe at the Black Tarn.
Hoping they don't show, but preparing for if they do.
We have made preparations and put things into place that will ensure that Mogdrid and his ilk will not be there tomorrow.
Well, if there's any case that they do, would you mind giving us an ear so that we can assist?
If he shows his face tomorrow, he will have every woodsman and friend of the woods to deal with before he can come close to his brother Ingel. As as friends of the men of the woods, it will be expected of each of you to raise your swords in defense of Ingel over his usurping brother.
Of course.
Oh,
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. So, you guys get set up. There aren't enough spare rooms in the longhouse, but Barrack has more than enough spare beds in the clinic that you guys are able to bed down there for the evening. The next morning, you all rise wearing your elven cloaks that you got in Mirkwood, and whatever clothes you have with you.
and you step outside to see a long line of people walking, elderly people in wagons and stuff, and you all head north. You reach Woodsman Hall, at around noon, which is pretty soon before the funeral begins. And you've never really seen a official Woodsman chief funeral. They stopped using barrows a while ago because those are prone to corruption. And so you all witness as Ngomer, his body is lying on a slab, gripping his axe with both hands as it lies on his chest, and he has his circlet around his head. And the circlet is pulled off of his head and put straight onto Ingalls, to show that there is no hesitation. It's just going straight from one to the other, and to ensure that the integrity of the actual circlet, like, this is it. This is, Ngomer died in it, and it didn't get moved from his head until just now.
This is the passing.
Yes. After that, he is taken to a large tree, the ancestral tree of Woodsman Hall. Yes, of Woodsman Hall. I don't know why it's Woodsman Hall and Woodsman Town. It doesn't make sense.
Pretty close.
He's taken to the ancestral tree, which the ground beneath it has kind of been carved out, and he is slid down between two large roots. He's in nothing but like a burlap shirt or a tunic, like a one-piece tunic, and he's slid down underneath there so that his body can help the ancestral tree grow even more. And he's literally down there resting with the remains of his ancestors. Smell isn't great near the ancestral tree, but it is a big, glorious tree that's been growing for hundreds of years. And there isn't a lot of pomp and circumstance. After his body is laid to rest, then a feast is held in the hall. People are celebrating and telling the main thing at Woodsman's funerals. You guys would know this, is telling of their exploits. And so people are, everybody's in this hall, and one person will stand up and tell a story, some more long-winded than others, but they'll tell a story. As soon as it's done, then everybody takes their flagon, slams it down on the table twice, and throws back a swig.
Very cool.
Yeah, and so...
I want this to be my funeral.
Yeah, so the rest of the day is just that.
Noted.
The rest of the day is that.
When do you want that funeral?
Probably after I'm dead, but
Okay.
maybe before, I don't know.
It might be fun to have a pre-funeral.
Be there so you can see how it goes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think I'll die. That's cool.
yeah. So after that,
Guess I'll die.
you guys are about to head to... There's... When a chief of a woodsman town dies, a huge tent is erected to be the home... I said erected, yes.
I couldn't help it.
Boo. A huge tent is erected
Aroused.
for all the... A huge tent is super horny. Okay? No, it's set up for all the guests. So everyone has a place to sleep. It's part of the hospitality. And as you step in, it's a huge tent you can see from outside. Like, think circus tent size. It's big. And there aren't a lot of support beams. There a lot of it is like from one tree to another.
It's one big one in the middle.
No, there is not. I just said that. But there are also there are a lot of pieces of fabric that separate it into smaller rooms. So it's like a big motel type thing. And you guys are given a room in this tent of honor. As you're about to head that way, though, a few woodsmen walk up to you and say, Sirs, Ingo wishes to speak with the four of you.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Going.
They lead you to the longhouse, and inside you see Ingel sitting on the chief's chair, deep in thought, and he has a map of Mirkwood that actually looks a lot like that. So it's just Mirkwood.
Just close.
Yeah. And he's sitting there, obviously deep in thought, and then you guys all walk in, and he looks up and waves you over. And he says, "Ah, yes, welcome, friends of the Men of the Woods." He has a much deeper voice than you would expect. He has a very short beard. He's not the brick house that his father was. He's a lot more slender, and but you see a fire in his eyes. And he says, "Yes, well, welcome. Please enter." And you guys enter and sit down, and he says, "First of all, I'd like to thank you all personally for attending my father's funeral. It was a great boon to him. One of the best decisions he made was inviting the four of you to the Woodsman Moot all those years ago. Since then, you've proved nothing but steadfast friends to the Men of the Woods. I have a request I must make of you. My father was very much concerned with keeping our people safe, as he should be. As you know, this whole area of the forest," and he indicates right here on his map, "this whole area of the forest, the heart of Mirkwood, is where many of the spiders dwell. It's where their great stronghold is, and he was very hesitant to offer aid to the other tribes because he feared leaving us vulnerable. While I admire him for his dedication to our people, I believe that was a mistake. This very night, I plan on sending a boat south along the river to the Black Tarn with supplies on it to help ease the suffering of the people there. So it's going to be down this river.
Gotcha.
I can think of no better group than the one before me to man the boat and get it to the Black Tarn safely. Would you do this for us?"
I don't see why not.
I reckon we would.
I must warn you, a boat did go missing earlier this week. We sent it down to the Black Tarn, but it never reached its destination. So if you can find any survivors from that boat, maybe the supplies that were on it, and get those to the Black Tarn as well, we'd be eternally grateful.
How many people were on the first boat?
There were 4. There was Baldak, one of our best hunters, Witterick, an experienced trader and boatsman, Amaswinta, a young shield maiden, and an old lady named Gudaliva, who is the mother of the leader of the Black Tarn.
What kind of supplies were on a ship?
The main thing they've asked for is food and building materials.
It's what they've been sending from everywhere else too.
We'll do what we can to see what happened to the passengers as well.
I'd appreciate it.
And one other thing. My brother, Ingold, the worst thing he ever did was revealing himself to the woodsman moot. My father died that day, and his body just caught up a few years later. If you see him, please chop off his head and throw it into the deepest hole you can.
Gladly.
I think he's earned it with what has happened.
Indeed. Well, the boat is ready down at the pier. There's plenty of supplies for you to, for the journey, and then the supplies that they'll need at the Black Tarn.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Be a safe passage down.
Good. I have no doubt. Oh, you did go back the next morning and get your sword and shield back as well.
I was going to mention that, but I don't
Yeah,
want to interrupt
and
you.
it has the paint on it and everything. Yes.
I also
Yes.
switched.
My sword.
No.
Oh wait, all of my things.
I just realized I forgot to say that, but you
You're
did.
good. I,
That's
I
what his
actually-
shield looks like now.
I
Oh!
have switched a bit
Ooh.
of my attire as well. So instead of like the green and brown, the cloak is dyed black. The tunic is actually black with silver embroidery of stars, and
He looks a little
Silver.
more bougie now.
it's
You got to repaint your mini.
Yep, that's gonna be next on the
I'll get
list.
you a different
is
one.
to Yeah, we'll make a taller one now.
Yo. CB0's on here too.
CB0, what's
What a guy.
up, boy?
What a guy.
You
So-
you
Bro,
brought
post the shield in Discord. We could probably do that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
And just so you folks know, like we have a Patreon account, and if you sign up for the Patreon and you have your Discord attached to the Patreon, you immediately slide
You can
into
hold
our
that up to the-
DMs of
Pull
our
up to
private
the
Discord
camera
channel.
so the viewers can see.
Here's
So-
the quick. There we go.
So
That's what his shield looks like. It's a wooden shield with that painted on the front.
That will be in Discord later today.
I just put it up in
Oh,
our general
That is in
chat.
Discord right now.
it's just a
It was later
dick
today. It was
yeah, it was literally
It was like
later.
just a second
You said
later,
you
but-
weren't
it was
lying.
2
It was
seconds
later,
after. It was
If
2
you're
seconds
watching
later.
the recap of this, not live,
Yeah.
it's already up there.
So,
old news.
That is gangsta.
so yeah, you all head down to.
I
the
have a
boat.
question for him
Yes.
first. You brought up the stronghold of the spiders, and is there a significance to that as well? Of why you're avoiding the river itself, or
The
is there
spiders
another-
rarely cross the river. They know that our hunters will shoot them down if they do. We keep a vigilant watch. The river really separates the dark from the light. The problem with the Black Tarn is it's on the lake, which is at the bottom of the river. So
well,
Also, our house is on the wrong side of the river.
yes.
yes,
It's
story.
worth noting then
It's
that
a little further.
we did encounter one of the spiders, one of the 3, right near the Black Tarn. Tylequin.
yeah, I've heard of her.
She
Well-
has got some great illusion, that's for damn sure.
Yeah,
Well, we're friends of the River Maidens. Hopefully they'll give us safe passage
Good.
down the way.
we haven't seen much of them lately.
It's been odd.
Yeah, they've been oddly absent from this portion of the river, at least. I hope it's because they're taking care of problems further down the river.
There's been a myriad of things popping up in the past few years, so Radagast is quite bustling himself.
Yeah, the old wizard's been. We've seen a lot of talking woodland creatures lately.
begging for this and that.
Trust it's all.
We can only do so much. Yes. Well, we're so far away as well. There's very little we can do. A lot of the ingredients we would send wouldn't last the journey. Especially since we can't send stuff down the river right now because one of our boats went missing. If we can figure out the problem then, and can open up travel along the river, then we'll be able to get supplies south much faster.
Hopefully whatsoever ailed will take care of it and it'll be safer.
Indeed. Thank you.
When should we be off?
As soon as possible, please. The Black Tarn is in desperate need of these supplies. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that. You passed through here on the way here, correct? Yes. The sooner you could set out, the better.
Well, I think an endorsement from you too concerning this other issue of the illnesses racking the lands, from the principal chief saying that the hall in Woodsman Town can help people. It truly does. I'm friends with Barrick there, and it really is helping.
I've heard those strange stories as well.
They're not just stories.
If I'll talk to Fridwald before he leaves and just make sure, but we actually have sent a few of our sick that way. Some of them haven't been able to survive the journey, but those who made it there did show some recovery, so we'll keep trying to do that. Unfortunately, a lot of our sick get to the point where they can't really travel.
Yes, I know. Just meaning spreading the word from someone from the top.
I appreciate it, and we'll keep sending those we can down there to see if they can get healed.
Good. Thank you.
Indeed. Well, be off and good luck to you.
To you as well.
Alright, so you guys head to the river,
Make
and
our way
you
down.
see a longboat that looks very similar to a picture that each of you probably saw earlier today.
Yup. Slightly daunting picture.
It has an oar for each side, but it also just has a long pole that you can use to kind of gently maneuver it down the river.
Okay.
So however you guys want to do that, I am going to need each of you to do your travel rolls.
Okay.
Except
Need to navigate. Well,
Big bowl.
the navigator will be the paddler.
Big bowl.
yeah, so instead of
Or,
a
Because I'm used to
You've
boats.
already been outside. I don't think you need to go outside.
Like literally, our last fellowship, I took sea legs.
Yeah.
You need to go potty
Or
again?
water legs. So, like, this is
You need to go outside again?
right up my alley.
Boats and stuff.
Boats and stuff. I'm on a boat.
so the guide
And?
the guide role is going to be a navigator for the boat instead. So it's going to be a navigator, a scout, a hunter, and a lookout.
Okay.
I'll fulfill whatever I need.
What you guys can do as well, since you're on a well supplied
See if he can get
boat,
more from-
the hunter can also be a navigator, and then the two will roll together and take the higher number.
Nice.
So who wants to be the navigator? You are going to use wisdom and survival for that one.
Not it.
I'm pretty stacked on those.
Okay, so you'll be the navigator.
Okay.
Actually, you're from Lake Town. You grew up on boats, so you will have advantage on all checks if you do that, but you don't have to.
It's up to you.
My total is a 2.
I have a 9.
Advantage with a 2 or a 9. Ooh,
I
That's
have
the
a-
question.
I have a
is
plus 9
tough.
is what I meant.
Right.
I haven't rolled,
Right.
but I don't have advantage.
Right. I'm. What are the other roles? I mean, what are the other spots?
Scout, fellow navigator, or lookout.
See, I'm paranoid, so because if anything's gonna get us, it's while we're on the boat.
Lookouts
So
use
either-
perception, and scouts use stealth and investigation.
And that's where I've got a scout.
Scouty McScouty.
Dive in
Alright,
the river
so
in
you're
front of
gonna be
us.
first.
Yeah, I'm like,
I will be first navigator.
I'm like this,
Who's my second navigator?
hanging on the edge of the boat.
So then you'll be lookout,
Yes.
and you'll be scout.
My scout. Yeah.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
just hanging on the edge of a boat.
I'm gonna
with
get
a
on
knife between
the
my teeth.
highest point, meaning Darathon's head,
'Kay.
and no.
And start rubbing his ears
Nice catch.
for luck.
Yes.
How do you like it?
This is what they were doing to me.
Rub a Dunedain's ears and you'll see what happens.
He'll erect a tent. Anyway.
Circus-sized tent.
Yeah, everybody go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Not bad.
All right. My navigators, which number are you guys going with?
I'm scout.
Oh, sorry. 2 navigators.
I rolled a 19.
We're gonna go with his.
Okay. All right, a 19 for navigation. Lookout.
24.
Okay, scout.
26.
Okay. So you are keeping an eye on the water
Yes,
to make sure there aren't rocks in the way, there aren't branches that are gonna capsize the boat if you run into them.
I've got my rarely
making
used
sure
short
there's
bow
no-
out right now.
making sure there's no critters that are gonna pop up out of the water and
Yep.
capsize the boat. You see nothing. You're
Okay.
first part of it's good. Lookout, you're looking up. You're looking around.
Keep an eye out for danger and a boat.
At one point, you see some familiar-looking vines that are just dangling right over the river.
Ooh. Is there a way to avoid them?
They could be steered around, or you think that if everybody lays down flat in the boat, they won't be able to reach down to you.
Okay.
So there are 2 options you could take.
I would just say that to Darathon.
Okay.
And
Which one?
let's avoid them entirely.
Lay down?
Avoid them entirely.
Oh,
Go
steer around them?
Steer around.
Wrong option. Everybody takes 16 points of damage. No, I'm kidding.
Every time.
Oh no.
No, he points them out to you. You guys, when he points them out, you do notice the vines. You do notice them kind of slowly moving to try to stay in front of you. But you guys are able to steer around them. As they're trying to move over, you're already past.
They would have reached down at us.
So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think I remember vines that would snag people before when we were making treks through the woods.
Yeah, they wrapped around your necks and tried to.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Definitely would avoid those.
Yes.
Because that was the one time when you had a low roll and we all got caught.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Don't
you're
roll low.
You're able to get past
Got it.
them, no problem.
Yeah. I mean, everything's good when you don't roll.
So after about 8 hours going down the river, you look on the western shore and you see Woodsman Town off in the distance. There is a little dock, and there's 2 people sitting on the dock. One has a bow, and the other one is just sitting there with a book in front of him,
So you're saying they're sitting on the dock of the bay?
watching the party roll away. Yes. But they look up at first, and the guy with the bow kind of raises his bow a little bit, but then they see who it is and relax and give you guys a wave. Everybody give me another check as you're heading south. You're able to snack on some victuals and stuff. It's all good.
Vittles.
Yours is still better.
That's the third one.
What the hell,
tonight.
Dan?
The third one tonight.
Retire that die.
Why are you still
That's a
rolling
different
with that
one.
one?
That's a different one.
We're gonna put that die in
All right.
jail.
They're both
What are
green.
you guys taking?
17.
17?
Yes.
Would you get scout?
26.
Okay.
11.
11?
Natural one.
Natural 1. Okay.
The good one.
We're all getting strangled now.
This is where the boat's gonna be, and we're gonna miss it.
So you guys are traveling south along the river. You guys are now past Woodsman Town. You're between Woodsman Town and Roscabel, which tells you you're gonna be a little ways. You're probably another half day's journey down the river to get to the lake where the Black Tarn is located on the eastern shore.
Okay.
As you're sailing,
Because those are the ultimates.
Fredwick,
They're ultimate.
Fredwick, you hear a sound in the water off the left, off the port bow of the boat.
With your nat 1.
Within that one, you hear something.
I go investigate.
You fallen.
You lean over, but you can't see. Folly, you see what it is.
Yeah.
You see a familiar river maiden swimming through the water, and she goes up to the front of the boat.
I follow.
Okay.
I'm still looking at the same spot.
My two navigators.
I kind of make attention and
Yeah. Well, you all suddenly feel the boat stop. Feels almost like you bumped up into a rock or something. Volley up on the front, you see that the river maiden is just floating in the water with her hand up, holding the boat in place.
Man,
With one
let's
hand.
go.
Smile spreads across her face, and you start to hear the boards of the boat cracking.
Oh, I got a shooter.
All right,
One of the river
roll it.
maidens is doing it.
Roll an attack. This is Duskwater. You recognize her as the same
It's
one.
Duskwater.
She was cool last time.
Hey,
She sure was.
seduce her or something.
I'm a married man.
12.
And?
You.
Hey, kings
how
have
did you
multiple
try to
brides.
attack her? Bow or dagger?
I'm bowing it.
Yeah. So you pull out your bow. You pull out an arrow. You take aim right at her, and she's just maintaining eye contact, and the boards of the boat split again, and one of them is right under your foot, and so you go to fire, and at the last second you're pulled off balance and it swings. Anybody have anything else they want to do?
Discourse.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll persuasion.
Okay.
It's a 25.
All right.
Damn.
How do you try to persuade her?
I will say,
Hi, Duskwater. It's so good to see you again. It's been a while. We're just trying to take some supplies down the river to our friends in the Black Tarn. It sure would be great if you could let us pass or even help us along our way.
As you talk to her, her face turns toward you, and her eyes are looking at you, but they're very glassy.
unfocused.
You get the sense that even though she's looking right at you, she is not seeing you or any of them. She's seeing something entirely different and probably hearing something entirely different. And with that, the boat splinters into 1,000 pieces. You are all nearest to the western shore of the river. I want everyone to make dexterity saves to see how you handle the boat suddenly splintering into 1,000,000 pieces.
Nat 20.
All right.
So 23.
All right.
17.
Okay.
Yeah.
5.
5.
That
I have
escalated
advantage
quickly.
because of water legs.
Yep. Water legs gives you
What am I rolling
That's gonna
for?
grab-
dexterity save.
22.
Okay. Hobson, you had rushed up to the front of the boat to look down at her and try to have this discourse with her.
Uh-huh.
And so when it shatters, you're kind of leaning over the front of the the boat to talk to her, and so you kind of fall headfirst down into the river. Everybody else is on edge and is able to jump and jump over towards the shore on the western side.
I would go after him.
Yeah. So after a couple of minutes, each of you is able to make it over to the western shore. The river does not flow very quickly. None of you is hurt by anything that happened just then. More surprised, but each of you is able to make it to the shore just fine.
What about the supplies? Anything on the boat that we could have snagged?
The supplies are slowly floating down the river. After what happened last time, it seems like they made sure to waterproof the barrels of food, and the building supplies are mostly planks of wood that are able to just float along the water down the river.
Get all the way to the lake. Success.
What's the meme? I see this is a complete success.
What was that?
It was Duskwater. I knew something was wrong with her when I saw her.
Yeah, it did not seem like she was actually hearing me when I was talking to her.
It was probably the fucking spider. Because remember I said the armor had spider webs? We all were in that fucking trancy dream from that spider fuck. And I bet you that's...
I'm having a hard time trying to decide what I'm going to do, because it can either be really dumb.
Yeah, can I look out to see if Duskwater is still out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, go for it. Perception.
I'll I'll assist you.
Ooh. A 28.
She's disappeared.
Okay, so she came in to destroy the boat
And then dipped.
and then dipped the fuck out.
And she dipped.
That's slaggy horror.
Well, we might have an idea.
Well, we might have an idea of where the other boat went.
Is this one by breaking? Is that what it is, Octane?
There isn't any signs of other people that have met the same fate in this area too, right?
Not that you can see. It's really hard to see under the water. It's a little murky, and with all the overcast, not a lot of sunlight gets into the water, so it's hard to see underneath. There might be the wreckage of another boat underneath.
in here. Okay.
Anyone want to snorkel? See if
Well-
there's another. No, I was kidding.
If you just reach
Kind
down
of.
and grab a handful of mud and dirt
Reach
and
out
come
and
up with a
touch
ring.
me.
Here's
Surprise! This was the Anduin the whole time.
Hey, it's my birthday.
I'm debating just floating down with the barrels, like going down, seeing if there's anything down there, and then continuing on with the barrels because we've got fuck all around us right now. If
I'm a decent swimmer too, so
That seems pretty dangerous. I mean, we won't have any control where we're going, and it's
You said
a few days.
the river isn't moving fast.
Nope.
slow pace.
You guys
You might be
could.
able to keep up on shore.
Yeah, you could walk at a brisk pace and keep up with the supplies floating down the river. But as you're looking around to see if Duskwater is still there, you notice something else.
Straight river.
Across this river
So it should end up
that goes as far as you
Yeah.
can see that way or that way, you look across and see the entrance to a barrow. And the whole situation reminds you of something.
All right.
At this point, the river is only 30 feet wide.
what seems to be the problem over there?
Well, you know how ever since really Rivendell I've not talked about any dreams or visions or anything.
Right, part of me was actually hoping that it wasn't happening anymore.
It wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was having good sleeps. I wasn't afraid to go to sleep or anything for a while, and right before that rider show up, I had another.
Stuff's going down the river while they're talking.
Well,
can
yeah,
walk
like
and
very
talk.
slowly. Yeah, you guys.
We're not
We
going to be
probably
able to keep
slowed
up with it.
down.
We're not going to
I'm
be
gonna
able to
take a
keep up
dip.
with it
Okay.
unless we
I
ride
wanna
with
see
it.
if there's anything towards the bottom of the river.
All right.
That
It's
might
going
be-
to continue to flow when we sleep.
Constitution
It's
check to see how
it's
well you can
about
hold your breath
4
underwater while you're
days.
looking around.
5
Just
days,
based
right,
on-
to the Black Tarn.
Hmm?
Just based on
Yeah,
station.
true.
Straight
It'll
con.
outpace us.
Yeah, just
14.
we'll have to stop.
Okay. You're able to get down to the bottom of the river, feel around, pretty confident that
But
there
there's
aren't any
Zondo.
boat pieces down here.
Okay.
Even yours, when the boat exploded, then the pieces floated down the river.
Okay, so this dream.
I'll at least come up confident and tell them.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for him. And then,
I wish it'd be number 2.
it was a kind of a crevice I saw, and it was very deep,
Okay.
and it went left and right as far as the eye could see. And across from it was, and I'll just point to the barrow across
Mhm.
the river.
You
was
guys
that.
can all see it. It looks kind of like that. That's kind of what it looks like without Duskwater in the water because she's already gone. But it's a mound of rocks that are the entrance to the barrow that looks familiar.
To
Um,
him. Right?
No, you guys saw the other barrow too.
Oh, okay. Just looks like
Yep.
a barrel.
Looks like a barrow.
But then people started showing up and walking towards the crevice and just falling into it. And they kept showing up, and then eventually they looked like they were already dead. And eventually they were just skeletons. And it seemed to go on for a long time until the entire crevice was full of dead bodies.
So if this looks like your crevice,
Guys, we're 6.
we're
Vast.
we're like 12.
Vast and dark.
Um,
And
Some-
wet.
and wet.
Some might say dank.
Full of.
Is
Sorry, I lost it.
echoing in its cavernous intent.
You could throw a hot dog on it.
Many have lost their way in the guys.
Need a mining helmet.
As this story is being told, you
Yeah.
all remember reports of people in the Black Tarn coming back home with pockets full of gold that they said they just found somewhere.
So, am I the only one that wants to go over and see what's in that barrel?
No.
No, you're not. But I'm pretty sure this. You're gonna have another anxiety attack. I could find that healer woman, and she could,
It's alright. I'll do it myself.
go to a place you could do that by yourself. You don't need anyone else. So.
These things just keep happening. There's no coincidences anymore. We're getting destroyed next to a barrow. Something's got to be going down over there, don't you think?
I mean, gee, Dusk Maiden found us in the middle of the forest as we were building a path, and she sent us on a direction. And all of a sudden we walked into the spider webs. And now she's destroyed the fucking boat that we were on. And oh look, there's a barrow. Great. I love walking into traps.
Well, good. Let's go across and go into the
And
barrel then.
go into the trap, yeah. Awesome. Did your dream tell you anything else?
That's all. I wasn't sure what it really meant, and I think maybe now it means that people are going to keep dying unless you do something here.
They'll probably keep dying in this river.
Did you see anybody else, any of us, in your dreams?
No.
Well, then
It
we're
was-
not going to die. Let's go do this.
You could have been a skeleton.
Yeah, finally dressed skeleton.
There's a cheery thought.
Did you see any 7-foot skeletons in your dreams?
Yeah, how tall were the skeletons?
I stopped paying attention after the first few hundred.
Fair enough.
All right, so you guys cross the river.
I'm gonna.
Yep.
All right, so you all cross the river and you find the entrance to the barrow, and written on the big rock over the entrance, it says, "Here lie 4 heroes. May the daughters of Greenwood honor their memory and their sacrifice."
History check?
Go ahead.
I don't need a history check.
I'm just looking at Valley because I know the Daughters of Greenwood sounds familiar.
Nine plus
God
17.
damn!
17 altogether.
All right.
God no.
You remember Volley talking about the Daughters of Greenwood, how they were the wives and daughters of the fallen. They were the widows and orphans of a group of men who fell in battle fighting against the necromancer and his forces in Dol Guldur.
Okay.
It seems like this barrow may have been built by the Daughters of Greenwood to honor some of the heroes of the battle that took place before their battle.
Like a great grandmammy.
How far is this space from where I live in Lake Town?
From Lake Town, it's pretty far, but,
Okay.
but
That's just to make sure.
your mom lived in Mirkwood before, so...
Right.
Yeah, so, on the map, the barrow you're in is, like, up here.
Okay.
So you're still a good ways from the lake.
Oh, okay.
And the Black Tarn is right here on this edge of the lake. So you're up a little ways. Do you enter?
I drove blades.
Before I do, I'm gonna look at Volley and be like,
Were the Daughters of Greenwood known for booby trapping their barrows when they built them?
Would I even know that?
You know, so most of what you know about the Daughters of Greenwood is what you know about your mom in particular. You know that ever since the battle of the Daughters of Greenwood, then she has been very alert and paranoid. You don't know if that's how they were before that battle.
She's the one that taught you all you know, right?
It doesn't.
Is your skullduggery a family trait?
excellent use of the word skullduggery.
Right?
Right? I know. Bravo.
I use words sometimes.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know about that much of my mother's life before. She kept a lot of it very much to her chest, and this was a huge loss. It would not surprise me if they wouldn't keep this area sacred. I mean, there might not be anything in there. It might just be a grave. But it also, since when do we have just circumstantial things ever happen?
They don't seem to happen anymore with us. It seems to be all for a reason.
Yeah.
It's quite annoying.
Yes.
But it all happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Is there anything that she taught you in your training that you might be able to spot in this that would be more elementary for you?
Unfortunately, most of my training was to spy, to be able to hide and listen and learn secrets. I mean,
Not in trying to make it.
not necessarily sit there and try to break. I mean, I do have some skill, but it's definitely not my strongest trait. I'll do my best. But I'll be honest, I'm not super thrilled about having to go in here. Just because this is tripe seen on my mother's history.
We'll be respectful.
I know we will. It's just
If something has happened to perturb these spirits or to corrupt them, it would be in honor of your history for us to write it.
yes and no. Because I know as much of... They put this here to grow past it. It's, to remember what's going on, but not dwell in it. That's why it's buried. So, I will do my duty.
It does say to make sure to remember them.
Right. I will do my best to remember everything my mother taught me. Because at least the three of you need to make it out alive.
Sounds like a plan.
And I'm walking in.
Yep.
Jesus fucking Christ.
If
Keeping
I-
the shield out and just being ready for any
Mhm.
booby
Should I
traps.
try to light a torch? Is it too wet?
I'm like, once they start charging, like, I'm scooting around them because I'm the one with dark vision.
Yep.
Like,
I'll-
Jesus.
I'll light a
Whoever
torch
that guy
if I
is.
can.
Get
the,
on.
Yeah.
the lunkhead's
Okay.
walking in like, let's go! And you're like, I'm the only one that can fucking see here.
Not a damn one of you can see what the fuck you're doing, and you're walking. Yeah,
Yep.
and I'll just snake around them and take
Alright.
lead.
We don't have any oil lanterns.
You enter a torch was lit, so everybody can see.
Is it? Oh, was it dry?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, it's good.
Cool.
You guys enter a barrow, which is very different from the one you saw before. The other one was a long tunnel that had a pedestal at the end. This one is almost like a square room. All right.
Some markers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let
fuck.
me. I have some
They're
my
in.
box.
I was like, well, they're in my white thing over there.
Inner
I've got this.
Okay.
greater out.
Just a moment, viewers. I'm drawing a picture.
Battle can.
Okay, Octane. We'll talk to you when you get back on your computer.
This one's dry. Look out, start. Thank you, buddy.
This one's dry, unlike all of us.
Yes, we're still dripping.
So moist,
Ew, from off
Sodding.
Moist. Oh, wait, no, buddy.
sopping wet.
There we go.
It's as if something flooded my basement. It was a river.
So wet. But this one isn't dark and damp and cavernous. It's more of a box.
Yeah. It's just a big old dirty
How's-
box.
How's your dark web box? It's haunted.
There's a pickup line. How's your box?
Yep.
Haunted.
So you guys entered over there.
Okay.
Hence why I'm single.
Good luck, I guess.
Winning
All right.
does.
On each of those rectangles is a small dais or a slab on which is laying the
When they introduce themselves, do they say Amadeus?
a skeleton,
Ooh, Skelly.
and over each one is something of a plaque, which is to say it's just a rectangular piece of rock with a name written on it.
I hope you remember these names. These titans.
Titans of Industry.
Mighty, mighty titans.
Okay. Can one of you write a letter on each of those?
Sha.
I'm just going to give you a letter to write on it, and then I'll tell you what all the names are. So on the one
Start here.
closest to you, Scott, yeah, that's G.
G.
Like gangster.
The next one clockwise is F.
Fuck you.
Like Francis.
J,
Jesus.
and D.
D's nuts.
All right, so above the first
Paladin.
one, the G, it says
D's nuts.
Gergen the Crusher.
Close.
F is Forgyn Hope's Beacon. Forgyn. Then we have Jurgen the Cleaver
Makes great lotion.
Yes.
and Donnigan, Donnigin, the Keen. Each of them is just a skeleton at this point, but on each of their chests is a weapon that looks perfectly preserved.
What are these missing?
Gergen, Gergin, is holding a mattock. Basically looks like a farming implement that has been made into a weapon.
Okay.
Forgyn is holding a broadsword. Jurgen is holding
A lotion bottle.
an axe. And Donnigan is holding a longsword.
No bows.
So, just because I don't know if I've said this out loud, in Adventures in Middle-earth, there are broadswords and longswords. They're essentially the same, but broadswords don't have versatile attacks. So longswords are like hand and a half, so you can
Double swing.
double swing, yeah. Broadswords are more like Rohirrim swords, where it's just the handle's just big enough to fit in your hand.
Just one.
Yeah.
Okay. I
And
like it.
on the floor, in the middle of the room, is a stone of just a rock sitting in the ground, and in it is inscribed these words. Take these weapons to slay the servants of the shadow, or not at all. What we started,
I got it.
may others complete.
Well, that's gangsta.
Oh.
Huh.
Dumb brain. What's a mattock again?
It's like a pickaxe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I just looked it up.
I can show you.
It's the pick with a flat back, like the shovel.
Gotcha. I have
It's
one
it's
up
a
there.
yeah. It's a pick with a hoe.
I got one in the garage. Hey. Yes. Okay.
That is a brutal
That's
looking
a
melee weapon.
That's a pimp cane right there.
Absolutely, it
right?
is.
How tall is said pimp cane? Tall enough for me to walk with it? I need to find a feather for my hat. Let's see.
I want to shadow lore these. I just want to make sure they're not.
Take these weapons to slay the shadow or not at all.
It's fucking huge.
Yeah, they're not small. These things are big.
I just looked at the
17?
stats of it.
Two-handed.
Shadow lore.
Yeah, heavy, two-handed.
These weapons, you can feel
can
that
carry
they were forged with malice and hatred.
Oh.
But like my type of hatred, like
Well, these weapons were forged specifically to defeat the shadow coming from Dol Guldur. So there is a lot of malice and hate and rage within these weapons. They were forged to spill blood and destroy, but on your side.
Multi-class barbarian.
I'm gonna
Let's go do
cross
it.
over to. Was Donegan the one with the longsword? Which one
Yes.
had the longsword? Donegan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cross over. After reading the stone in the middle, I'm gonna cross over to Donegan and just reach out and try and pick up his sword.
You do very easily.
Shit.
I'll look down at Donegan and say,
This sword, I'm sure, has already tasted much blood of the enemies of the free peoples of Mirkwood. And I will see that it tastes as much as it possibly can.
You don't get any response from the skeleton, but you feel
normally sits in
you
shadow
feel
box.
almost like a shiver runs through the sword itself as you're holding it.
You fucking cursed.
I'll take it.
You got that hoodoo?
Okay, I will sheath it.
All right.
I will walk up to Forgin.
The broadsword.
Broadsword.
Foreskin.
All right.
Fortune sounds like a Christian swear word.
Stop being such a forging
Look at this
face.
Look at this forging guy.
Would you, Forgin, stop it right now? You're driving me Forgin crazy. And I just look and I'm like, you know who my mother is. You know, because I'm sure you're watching, that I carry the rage and the will to continue this fight. Thank you for what you did, and I will honor this blade by having it drip the rubies of the Shadow's blood. And I grasp the broadsword.
When you grab it, you could swear it's in its sheath. The top of the sheath where it meets the handle, you could swear for a moment you see some light emitting from inside. But just for a split second.
And I want to make sure that was low that they didn't hear.
Yes.
Well, you probably heard because your fucking perception is all fucked. But
Passive of 20.
yeah, I'm like, yeah, you basically heard me utter something that you heard in the cave when we were trying to get back, like my darker side spoke.
I look at you.
I don't know how to use any of these.
Give him the axe. It'll be cute. Honestly,
The boy would topple over.
I would just.
how big is a Maddox?
It's a two-handed large weapon.
Taller
so,
than him?
Yeah.
Like
It would
he
be mo-
swings it and
it's
just kind of goes with
Probably
them.
more than double my height.
You know, like when the kid forgets like to let go of the bowling ball, it kind of goes down the lane.
I don't think I need any of these.
You're a bit haunted enough, I think.
I mean, who knows?
Have you walked up to any of the weapons yet?
Just to inspect them. Yeah.
Both of them, as you walk up to them, somehow you feel like when you get up next to it, it's smaller than you thought it was from a distance.
Fucking way.
Yeah, it's the weirdest
You
thing.
get like a little manic.
That's the whole thing. That's what makes sense.
Well,
If I think of all of the things, that's what makes sense for
it's
him to
what
have.
I'm slightly familiar with.
Yeah,
I've
it's a farming.
I've used a hoe before.
Don't talk about.
Wow. Wow.
Was she was she as lit as we are right now?
The light in the darkness here. I've used a hoe before.
Paid her 3 silver pennies.
Yeah. I'll walk up to Gergen.
Gurgin,
I think we've all used a hoe before.
Well,
Oldest profession.
Mr. Crusher, I will do my best to crush more orcs and things and spiders and all the bad stuff. Sorry you died.
I think I
You
will
guys
try.
had badass speeches. I was gonna think of like,
Sorry you
what
died.
would a hobbit say? And yeah,
All right.
I'll take this still gigantic farming tool.
As you pick it up, you find it's about comes up to like between your waist and shoulders.
Okay.
So you'll definitely need to use 2 weapons, but you pick it up and it feels better in your. It feels lighter than it looked.
Interesting.
And as you pick it up, you also feel like a surge of power coming from the head of the mattock, just very briefly.
Did you have that feeling?
Huh?
Okay, just make sure we all had the same feeling.
I wish
No.
I had this.
You
when
did.
Yours
we
is
fought the
deeper.
werewolf.
No, me. But
Yours
he
is
had a bad. Well, what I'm saying is, he and I both had a reaction. You didn't? Did
He
you
did.
have- he had.
He
Okay,
did.
just
Yeah.
make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yours is just a much bigger. It wasn't all the same. You had like light glowing and shit with yours.
I have
That's a
issues.
whole, That's a
Okay.
whole nother thing. over
We
there.
all have issues.
Okay, y'all have issues. I have subscriptions. I almost have my own publishing company. Okay.
I'm gonna look over at Darathon and be like,
I'm having a little buyer's remorse here. I kind of want the axe instead. You want this sword?
I don't want it anymore.
My friend, I think you can have both.
Well, I don't think I need both of them.
We should take both.
That would look badass.
Out of character, I fucking want you to have both and just go ape shit.
The axe is a great axe, so it's going to be
Oh.
two-handed.
Ah!
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to pick one up. Did I feel like the hatred? Here, let me. All right, I'll make it fair. For Shadow Lord, right?
Yeah.
17 plus 22. No, 25 for Shadow Lore on these guys.
They were forged with one purpose: to spill the blood of every servant of the shadow in the world. When I say they were forged with hatred, it was a hatred of the shadow and darkness, and you have heard, Darathon, have heard of weapons forged in Arnor with the same reasons behind it. There are weapons lost to time that were specifically forged to destroy Angmar and all its servants.
Okay.
That's what I mean by they are full of hatred and malice.
Okay.
Only towards the shadow.
Just wanted to double check. I don't want to go ahead and yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I will. I'll walk up. Now, the last one left would be the axe.
Yeah. Hergen, flurgen, jergen.
Unless you want to try to, if you want to retcon and say you went there instead.
Nope.
Okay.
I made my choice. I just don't like it.
I'll look down. Jurgen. As a son of Numenor, I will use this axe to cut down the growing evil in our land. And if I survive long enough, I will return this to your grave in honor. And I will pick up the axe. Just take a look at it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Try to strap it on the back.
You're able to jerry rig something that'll hold it on your back.
Okay.
All right. The four of you then leave the barrow.
Is there anything else written throughout? Any
Nope. As you
sorts
guys
of
look around, you see
beliefs?
Post-it note, by the way, y'all cursed, fuck off.
you don't really see anything else crazy going on. Yeah. So as you step outside, you know that heading south will get you to the lake and then to the Black Tarn. Looking down the river, you can still see the supplies. They're pretty far down the river at this point, but you can still see them.
This way we can just travel down the river and kind of, if anything's wedged or something, we can
Right.
fix it.
I think maybe if we make pace, we can try to warn them ahead of time and see if we can have some of fishermen and whatnot try to help net some of this so it doesn't go too far away. Black Tarn isn't at the very bottom of the river, or is it?
It's on the eastern edge.
It's on the
The
eastern
lake.
edge of the lake at the very bottom of...
So if they
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay.
You guys are right up here.
So maybe if we sprint ahead, theoretically, could go and have some of them get up to the nape of the lake, and try to pull some of that stuff in before it gets too out in there. At least it would be my outside thought.
Or we can find a spider.
And murder that spider. Duskwater needs to be taken care of in some form or fashion.
You said she was not of her own mind, right?
Right.
Right.
We need to rectify that.
Maybe stopping this spider would help.
That might have to be a return trip problem. We need to make sure that they get these supplies.
Yeah, we have to get these supplies. We have to get enough food. I mean, yeah, we already.
How far away-ish are we to
The
Black
Black Tarn?
Tarn, the lake?
On foot, about half a day.
Oh, okay. I was still thinking we were days away.
No, on foot, you guys will be able to make it the rest of the journey in about half a day.
I'm gonna
If you were on the river, you guys could obviously speed that up, but...
fucking book it. You're welcome to make haste with me, but I'm going to try to get there ahead of time and give them some warning.
All right.
Okay.
As you're booking it, roll a perception check.
I do have good perception. 24. That would have been real bad a second ago.
So
It went.
It went from
15.
5 to 15.
So as you're running, down the river,
Hey,
down along the edge, you're still within eye shot of them when you notice that there are 4 strange plants on the ground. They look like weeds. So the area you're on is kind of boggy.
Mm-hmm.
Being so close to the river, it's kind of marshy. It's very soggy ground.
Marshy.
And you see 4 plants that you don't recognize. They look like weeds that, like, each stem is just black and stringy. And as you're running, you see that the ground underneath them starts to bubble up a little bit.
Oh,
What the
no.
fuck?
And,
There are 4 people on that boat, I'm worried.
well, as you're,
This motherfucker's gonna get us with a fucking plant creature.
Undead.
as you're watching, you see it
I'm
looks
sorry,
like
foraging.
rocks coming up out of the ground that these weeds are growing out of, until you see pure white, deep sunken eyes over a nose and a mouth filled with razor sharp teeth.
This mother forging.
And
these-
huh?
No, go ahead.
Mother Fergan.
Well, they're coming up out of the ground pretty quick, and by the time you get up close to them, you see 4 marsh dwellers.
Oh,
standing in
no.
front of
Stop!
you.
Oh! The hell?
They don't resemble any humanoids, correct? Like, one doesn't have facial features similar to Ameliota or anything
No.
like that? Okay, just making sure.
Nope,
I don't want these to be like the dead boatsmen from before.
they are not. But I would like each and every one of you to roll initiative.
Oh,
Baby!
God bless. Okay.
That's a dirty 20. Oh, my dexterity wasn't so shit.
All right. Let me get an order here.
Oh shit, we're behind you.
Oh, always.
Yeah.
He
Not
made
that
it.
far. You still see me.
He made it like 50 feet
Oh, okay. So not
before
like
these things started popping up. Yeah, he didn't make it super far.
I have advantage on the first round of all combat.
All right. So what did we roll for initiative?
Dirty 20.
Okay.
15 for me.
14 for me.
Okay.
11.
All right. You are gonna need to roll off against the bad guys.
12.
All right.
How many are there?
Sorry, just a sec.
Each square is 5 feet.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. What did you ask?
How many are there?
4. Yep, 4 of them rise up out of the muck.
Can you nudge the marker?
I certainly can.
Are they just like right in front of him?
Yeah.
Or like a couple on one side, a couple on the other side?
So put one there, then put one down and one to the right. Yeah, right there. Then one right next to that one, and then back down. There you go. Oh, it looks like Dan's grabbing minis as well, so that'll help.
Yeah!
All right.
Let's get some little dead bitches.
These guys,
Nothing helps
maybe?
for this stuff.
Merged whirlers.
Got some marsh dwellers to fight.
Yep. All right. So first off, we have Darathon himself.
I don't know how to use this axe very well, so are
Nothing
they
like learning.
are they super duper close to me? Like, am I in melee with them right now, or are they
Yes.
oh fuck, okay, dope.
Just so you guys know, I don't think I mentioned this. Each of you is considered proficient with the type of weapon you have, even if you wouldn't normally be.
Oh, okay.
That's very
Yeah.
different.
That is much better.
And each of you is considered, when you picked it up and something interesting happened, you are attuned to each of them as well. Wink.
Oh.
The oaths each of you made attuned you to your weapons.
Gotcha. Beautiful.
Does this axe need 1 or 2 hands to throw down with?
2. It is a great axe. So
Okay.
it is 2-handed and D12 slashing.
D12.
Yep.
Oh, damn. I'm gonna keep the shield out for now, though,
That's the
and I got 4 of them around me. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll flip over to the axe, so shield away, axe out, and I will try it, pull it out, and just make a nice cutting motion at the, we'll call the blue one that's out in front of me.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Glad I have advantage on the first ones because it was a 1 and an 18. To hit, that is a 25.
Definitely hits.
Hell yeah. And a D12. That looks like one of these guys. Shit. That's 10 plus. I believe that's just a 4. So that would be 14 No, sorry, 16 damage
All right.
on one.
So you swing your axe with both hands all out, and you slash along the chest of this marsh dweller, and something odd happens. Because as you swing with both hands and hit into him, you feel like you see the head of the axe move through him and slice into the marsh dweller next to him. You,
Please.
sir, have a great axe of cleaving.
Yes.
Baby! Oh no!
All right.
I know.
I have
wait.
another attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Okay, I now must snack. Because I have a feeling with a stress eat now. 'Cause
I'm
shit.
gonna excitement eat. Is that a thing?
I'm
22.
Because I'm here for that.
Well,
Definitely
being a
hits as
professional
well.
fat
All right.
person, there's all sorts of
22
eats,
to
so,
hit. I will go ahead and take the other big
They're gonna be gone
slash
by the time we get there.
and
I
try
know.
to go ahead and hit that guy again
Hey,
to kill him.
save some for the rest of us, guy.
I will. You hear me yelling out real loud though. 11.
11 damage.
Yep.
And again, a almost see-through but barely visible axe head proceeds and hits the one on the other side as well. For damage equal to your proficiency bonus. So that's 3.
Yes, plus 3.
Okay. So yes. All right.
Right.
Next we have volley.
Billy's coming.
Oh, see,
And now you're breathing hard.
you heard me like yelling out using this axe because I'm just used to throwing around a sword.
Right.
You know what? You guys are
magic
30
and
feet away,
of
not
the rings.
50. Did I say 50?
You
No.
did.
Did I say 30, 50? I don't know.
I think 50 or 30 sounds good.
30.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys made it 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Cool. And I
Okay.
can get to
So
one of
yeah,
them.
so I've got this broadsword.
Mhm.
I will.
Saw me hack into the blue and the like brown guy for slashy slashes.
I'm gonna run up to the one that's brown. Just like bringing it down close to my side so that when I get close, I can thrust.
So that would cleave efficiency damage into the one someone next to him.
And since you swung the axe both ways, you hit the one on either side of it once.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, so this wouldn't. Okay, so it's not light, so I don't get to use my dex. It doesn't have finesse.
I think it does. Broadsword does.
Broadsword doesn't have
Broadsword
Broadsword does
doesn't.
not.
Longsword does.
Longsword does.
Gotcha.
Also
have-
has versatile, not finesse.
Versatile,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's D8 or
it's
D10.
short sword that has the finesse.
Had finesse.
Yeah, so I don't have the stats of the broadsword based out of that book. So
Is broadsword
D8.
the same
Broadsword
stats?
is finesse.
Broadsword's finesse?
Yeah.
What?
I was just looking at him. Yeah,
Oh!
it's finesse, and it's a
cool.
D8.
Okay,
Just
cool.
straight
So
up.
that goes off of my... Okay, nice.
Versatile finesse.
Much better.
Versatile finesse, yes.
Okay.
13.
To hit,
Yeah.
does hit.
Oh, okay. And it's a D8?
Really,
Yes.
the sludge monsters from the swamp don't have a bunch of armor on? Weird.
Regular broadsword is D8. Yeah.
Yes.
But
Okay. 9.
All right. Which one did you hit for now?
The brown one.
Okay, so that one. Okay.
The one that was hit by the...
That's our
a
mascot,
lightning
Fat Tail.
bolt
His name
comes
is
down from the
Stark.
sky.
Yeah, right.
It's, Black
Yeah,
German
because
Shepherd.
I pull it out of the scabbard.
And he's the goodest boy.
He is the goodest boy.
He is the goodest boy.
I'll have to see if
Just
I
one
can
sec,
take a picture
guys.
of him
I
and
gotta
make a
look
Stark
something
emote.
Uh-huh.
Stark emote, or we riot.
Oh, take out the cat one. Yeah, put Stark.
Can you? Is it limited? You can only.
I
have
think
certain-
right now we're limited because of how we don't stream enough. Because like you have to have so many days to get more slots. It says we have 5 static and like 3 animated, but I was only able to do the 3 and the 2. So maybe we still have, maybe we get a couple more slots here shortly. But yeah,
I think it's based on followers.
Yeah.
I think you unlock more.
Yeah, we get more
slots,
as we
the
get more followers.
you
We
make.
just need more followers.
After you make your attack,
Aussie Shepherd.
you
German?
hear
They're awesome.
a voice in your head.
Great. More voices in my head. Awesome.
Hold me skyward.
That's right.
So I will do. So I stab and go up.
He-Man. As you hold the
Morphs.
sword, as you hold the sword aloft,
Big muscly belly.
suddenly each of you gets a feeling of courage.
Oh.
Any fear you might have felt a moment before melts away.
Hope's beacon.
That was his nickname.
Each of you gets a d6 plus your proficiency bonus in temporary hit points.
Oh!
Yes, please.
Dang!
I'll take 6 extra hit points.
So 6 plus what?
D6 plus your proficiency bonus.
Sick.
So D6 plus 3.
I rolled a 1.
I rolled a 6.
I roll a 3.
I mean,
I'll
but
take
temporary
it.
hit points is
I rolled
temporary
a
hit
4.
points.
I'm happy.
I'm good.
You,
I'm
sir, have a broadsword of the flame of hope.
That's fucking cool.
All right,
That is very,
That's
very
so
cool.
cool.
How often do I get to do that thing?
once per long or short rest.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, once per long rest for that one.
Inspiration.
All right, next we have Fredwick.
I like that. That's really cool.
Feeling bolstered.
Mm-hmm.
I will, let's crush some things and run up to the red one and go,
Roll to hit.
Your back arches just a little bit more than normal.
Yeah.
Oh, my back.
So this one, though, is a strength-based
Yes.
implement. So it's going to be...
This is
But you
amazing.
you can use it as finesse.
What?
Yep.
Because it's you.
'Cause it's
It
you.
was going to be a 2. Now it's a 7.
Yep.
Much better.
14.
Hits.
To hit. Yes.
Roll damage. A matic is D something.
In here, because it's a 2-handed heavy weapon, it's 2d6.
2d6, yes, that is correct.
Christ!
Nice, dude.
Dang, Fredwick!
Oh boy, stunting before.
So 7.
Then take your proficiency bonus
Okay.
and multiply it by 2
Okay.
and add that to your attack. To your damage. Add that to your damage.
The Matic is busted!
You, sir, now possess a crushing matic.
Holy!
Damn.
So that's another 6 on top of that.
So it did 13 damage,
Yes.
and I rolled
Damn.
a 1 and a 2 for
Yep.
damage.
All right. Next, we have
What?
our bad guys.
Frederick has
so
become
happy.
my equal in combat.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think what's so funny is that we each picked one. I mean, it made sense, kinda.
All right.
I mean, I went for the one that I'm trained at.
I
Same.
I thought that was fucking.
I rolled a die
hilarious.
for
I'm not
each
gonna
of
lie.
them,
That was
and
amazing.
none
That's
of none of them hit.
Oh well, shit.
But the good news is the one that was attacking Fredwick rolled a 1, so you get an opportunity attack.
Absolutely.
Smack that bitch again.
Oh, nope. Dang it. 9.
Yeah, you also miss.
Rolled a 2.
You're
Next,
trying to
we
get it back up.
have
You're just like, oh.
Hobson.
It just went.
I'm gonna come over here by Fredwick and
Yep.
use this fancy new longsword that I have
Yep.
to attack the red guy.
Nice.
Everybody else hit, and I'm gonna be so disappointed if I miss with my shiny new weapon.
Natural 1. Throw it in the lake.
No!
Hey, no. Use your D6. No.
Oh, yeah. Starfield Eyes.
Yeah, Starfield Eyes. Starfield Eyes.
Well,
Right.
and
They are these
the inspiration from the Hope Sword.
are these agents of shadow?
Yes.
So it'd be a D6 plus, and if you wanted to use your inspiration.
Oh, I give everybody inspiration as well?
A D6 die.
Jesus Christ!
Okay.
I'm just gonna add more and more things.
That'll hit.
What'd you get up to?
10? Don't you have
That is a miss.
Wait, 4 plus 3 plus 2. That's a total of 10.
How?
Plus your actual attack, friend.
Yeah. You have
Oh,
your,
proficiency.
your
You've got
And strength.
proficiency
bonus
plus your strength.
plus your strength.
Well, oh, it's strength for this one.
Yeah.
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 Okay,
Strength
so
base
that's
plus
actually
proficiency.
13.
All right.
We know that hits.
Through the grace of Ara.
Guess what?
Through the grace of math.
That's a crit.
Wait, what?
Get the fuck out of here.
Roll your crit damage.
Get the fuck
shit.
out of here.
Wait, what?
He just what?
The first successful attack against an enemy after a short or long rest is, as long as you hit, it counts as a crit.
These weapons are broken!
These are dope.
We're gonna need them. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know!
Let's find a fucking spider.
17 damage.
Like a small
All right.
one.
Jesus.
Uh,
I forgot to write stuff down now.
all right. We are back up to Darathon.
I am
What was
emboldened.
his called?
Let's
Oh,
fucking-
Yeah.
You have a keen-edged longsword.
Keen-edged.
All right. So slashy slash at the blue one again. This
So-
way, so it'd cleave the green one.
Yeah.
If
So
I-
real quick. So the first successful attack after a long rest is an automatic. It counts as a crit, and then the sword also crits on 19 and 20. So
You did not.
Yep,
what
right there.
is it? A crit?
crit.
Nat,
Yeah.
That's a nat.
Okay. Roll damage.
Let's fuck this guy up.
Yep.
And then I rolled a. That'll be 10.
Mm-hmm.
Do I roll it again or double it?
So
what's crit?
one of that
First is max, and then you roll.
first is max, then
Like we
roll
do in
for
my
the
game.
second one. Yeah,
Okay.
I like that system best.
Okay. And you only add your modifiers once, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it'd be 12 plus 10, 22 damage on that first hit.
How do you do this?
Oh, once I see that, I'm gonna go ahead and since I saw the slice, I'm gonna take it and just go right through the neck
Mm-hmm.
to try to get the momentum to bring it towards the next
Oh,
one
I love
and
it.
just watch it.
All right. One marsh dweller is down. The one right in front of Darathon, and the one to the left.
Don't throw the other one.
The one to the left also took
Snap.
3 points of damage.
Yes. Extra attack to go ahead and attack. I'll hit the green one since I know what this thing does now.
Mm-hmm.
For 17 to hit.
Okay.
All right. Fuck. It's only one, so only 7 for damage on that one.
All right.
But 7 damage on that guy,
And then 3 carried over.
and 3 over to the red guy.
Yep. All right, is that it?
Yeah, I'm still in melee with all of them, so I don't want to move anywhere.
Okay. Volley.
I'm gonna shift.
You're up to 5 blades at this point, right?
Yeah, I got.
Give them a volley.
It's not thrice bladed anymore.
No,
Quint bladed.
So I'm gonna shift over. Oh wait, no, I can't because he's right there.
He's right there.
I can go through his space though. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You
So
can
put
just
me.
curve around, too.
Right here.
Yep. I'll still attack the same one that I
'Kay.
was attacking.
All right, roll to hit.
Strike down that motherfucker.
10.
10 is a miss.
Do you want to use your Starfield Eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I might as well. 15.
Hits.
Much better.
I just hit the D8. Where it is? There it is.
Hit that damage.
My Middle Earth die is
9.
fucking doing good tonight.
All right. Okay. Then we have Fredwick.
An attack again.
Okay.
This thing is weighted so weird. 14 again.
That hits.
He's nothing if not consistent.
So the +6 is the first time you attack a given enemy.
Okay.
Every attack after that just does your proficiency bonus and extra damage once, not twice.
Wait.
So 2d6 plus 3 plus your bonuses.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Instead of 2d6 plus 6 plus bonuses.
So
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
that's 17.
Damage?
Yes.
All right.
Damage!
So it's 10 plus 4 plus 3.
All right. How would you like to do this?
Well, it does crushing damage
Mhm.
instead. So
Jesus H.
the first one I ran up and just kind of popped it right in its like belly or something.
Mhm.
I'm just not sure what's happening. The second time I'm just swinging it around. This third one I'm just two-handed overhead right into its chin.
Splurt.
Because that's about as high as I could probably reach. And it just goes
Okay.
crushes inward.
Heck yeah. All right.
New t-shirt.
So, next we have
Marsh Lurker Pez Dispenser.
the baddies, which there are 2 less of them now.
Yes. Dos.
All right. Darathon.
Oh, yeah.
Volley.
Yep.
Give me Constitution saving throws.
Valid. 23.
Okay.
13.
All right. Both of you. So that one turns to face you. The other one's facing right at you.
Yeah.
Grr.
And they both roar in your mouths, but it's like a drowning, gurgly roar. And a wave of absolutely nauseating air escapes from their mouths. You
Mm-hmm.
pull your cloak up over your face. And you're fine.
Okay.
Volley.
Yep.
You think that you're safe because you have like a scarf wrapped around your face.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff is stronger than the scarf.
Okay.
And you are poisoned.
Oh, bummer.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's bad.
Well, it's not
I can take care of it.
good.
No. Just because I have disadvantage on everything.
He's got you. I have trust.
Oh, yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Master healer.
Fredwick's got that good herb.
Yeah. My pessimism is
All right,
gone.
and then
I'm good.
the roar is going to go into them biting at you.
Okay.
And does a 24 hit both of you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
LOL.
I'll uncanny dodge that, so I'll take half damage.
Yep.
I will take all of it.
Yes, you will.
Like a man.
Well, we all got 7 temporary hit points, so
We're gonna
bring it
u-
on.
We're going to use them.
Oh, that's right. You roll back.
I rolled a 1.
7.
I take 3. That's good.
Yep. And 7.
I will take all of that and 1 point of damage.
Okay. All right, then we are to Hobson.
It's me, your boy.
Yeah.
So now
Get those
it's a
bitches.
19 or 20.
Okay.
Or crits.
And I will step up here and swing away.
Swing away.
Tell Meryl to swing away.
Tell Meryl to swing away.
Oh, yeah.
21.
Hits? Oh, yeah. Absolutely hits.
You fucked up.
Here we go.
Kill that guy.
6 damage.
6 damage against that one. All right, how do you do this?
Get him!
I'm still going two-handed because just the power.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go with a diagonal slice across the chest.
All right. As you do, the chest opens up, and what looks like just sludge and muddy water and seaweed comes pouring out of its chest as it crumbles to the ground.
Ew.
Yep.
Ew.
At least it didn't get on you.
Very much.
It
Very
all
much so.
went on me.
Fredwick took all of it.
You're
Well,
like, oh,
well,
good. He's
Fredwick looked up and was like, "What? You're also poisoned." No. All right. Darathon, we are back to you, good sir.
Looking over at that boy. Big ol' smacky slashy. That is dirty 20.
Hits.
Okay. D12 on that boy.
All right.
That is only 8 damage.
Throw some D's on that
And
boy.
then extra attack.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. That's only 11.
That's a miss.
Star-filled eyes, because we all are doing it.
Bump it.
Oh, you got a 1.
That's a 12.
Meets it, beats it. These things have a lot of hit points and very little armor.
That's terrible. Oh,
Oh, there we
that's good. That's 15 damage.
How do you do it?
Second slash down, he's gonna finesse it up, so flick it up in the air, and you just see him use the momentum, grab both hands, and just cut him in half.
Oh yeah, right down the middle.
Yeah.
You see more of the gross, gooey sludginess.
Oh, it smells so bad.
Yep. All right.
But
You
it
are
looks so
all
good.
out of combat. With a little more knowledge about these weapons you now have.
Yep. I'm gonna use Hands of the Healer to neutralize the poison,
Done.
and then if we take a short rest, it will go away.
Nice.
Holy shit. These are awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know what they put into these things, but I love it.
Hatred.
Oh.
Of the shadow.
I felt that. It
Oh,
was-
yeah.
Yeah, I get that. I get that from this.
Like, put it back in the makeshift thing.
It's at this moment you all hear a rasping, coughing, wheezing breath coming from some bushes about 15 feet from the river just up ahead of you.
I'll crush it!
Oh God, he's gone mad with power.
Fredwick is straight murder hobo now.
It's always the little ones.
Are we still on the eastern
Yep.
shore? Okay.
What can we see what it might be? I want to go see it.
Roll perception.
Okay.
Oh, are you going to look at it or are you trying to see from where you are?
Adrenaline's still pumping. I'll go look.
Yeah, I would go.
Old
look.
lady. She has a long silver braid going down her right shoulder. You can see on her arms and her legs and right here what look like chomp marks from these marsh dwellers.
Ooh.
And in her face you see a reminiscence of Ameliota of the Black Tarn.
I'm gonna run over and try to like cradle her real quick and just Fredwick!
Medic!
Yeah. That's what I said. Fredwick!
Yeah. Yeah. You see her. You if you rush over, you see exactly what I just described. What looks like Ameliota's mom with a big old chump marks all over her body.
Yes. First. Yeah. First, heal her.
Mm-hmm.
Hands of the healer.
So you're able to get some salve on the bite wounds, stuff that you think will prevent infection. Hopefully it'll prevent poisoning. As you're applying this stuff, her breathing does start to kind of calm down a little bit.
I'll do multiple uses. I'll just do 2 uses right
Okay,
now.
yeah.
And use one because I know they poison people.
Yeah.
I'll use one to just focus on poison,
Mhm.
and then the other one to actually heal her.
Easy enough, yeah. And after probably 20 minutes of really just making sure you patched up all the wounds and stuff, you've got her stabilized, and she's kind of able to look around a little bit. Ooh. If I died and gone to some sort of heaven full of handsome men.
Yes, but only very tall and very short ones.
That's the only option.
He's about average height.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Crap.
Burn on you.
That's just Fredwick. I think you're seeing double.
Oh.
Let's get you out of the muck.
Yes.
Are the others okay?
I'll look around for others.
You don't see them. Yeah, you don't see them. Looking around near where the marsh dwellers popped up, you see a finger bone sticking out of the ground.
Like fresh.
Like within the past couple days. Which is...
So there are signs of a scuffle.
Yeah. Well, signs of a dinner
Mm.
that was had.
You're a treasure hunter, okay?
Yeah, treasure hunter, not Tomb Raider. I'm not Laura Croft.
We literally just raided from a tomb and got 6 seconds.
All 4 of you are now Tomb Raiders.
I was gonna say, by the book. By definition.
We just raided a tomb.
They were really dead. Not.
Get him, short round. Go get our shit. Anyway, that dude just won an Oscar. He's fucking awesome.
That's true.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, they did. No.
They are? I'm not surprised.
Let's focus on trying to get you back.
We'll be alright. We're not too far from the Black Tarn.
Ameliotta is definitely going to.
If my daughter hasn't forgotten how to take care of her sweet mother, then I'll be fine when I get there.
Well, we'll make sure you get there good and safe.
Now, which one of you tall, strong, and handsome men are gonna carry me there like a brave knight?
Well, that'll have to be me, I suppose. I am the strongest man in the woods, after all.
I'll be the judge of that.
That's right. He is. Definitely. I do have a bedroll if you want to share the load, just in case. Just putting the offer out there unless you want to carry her on your back.
I'll let you know what happens.
Okay.
Alright, so you guys pick her up and
Yep.
carry her?
Affirmative.
You got. If you got her,
We
I got her.
we need to rest for a short rest so that the salves have a chance to extract the poisons, and then we can move on.
For the lady?
For both of them.
both of them.
Oh. I was gonna say, if he's carrying her, then her traveling could count as a short rest.
Yeah, fuck her. I need to sit.
Okay. Okay, it's up to you guys.
Unless y'all want to drag
I
my
would
ass
rather
too.
do-
He's got a short rest.
He just wants his Matic powered up again. That's all it is.
Yeah. I get
Yeah, you guys hang out for an
all
hour.
my hands of the healers back on short rest now.
You get her some food and some water,
Honey cakes.
some honey cakes. She
Yeah,
suddenly feels a
baby.
lot better.
Eat these cakes.
And she tells you briefly about how some creature in the water broke their boat. They were shipwrecked. They tried walking the rest of the way, but
be another shirt.
these marsh dwellers popped up, and she they ate the other 3. She guesses. Living in the woods as long as she did, she knows that marsh dwellers tend to leave the elderly aside. Apparently, they don't taste as fresh. So that she's convinced that's the reason why she's still alive, because she was spoiled in their eyes. So yeah, then you're all, after a short rest, you all set out, and you're able to make it to the Black Tarn by nightfall. As you step out onto the shore of the lake, you see that there are like fishing boats and barges that have sailed out from the town to pick up like random supplies they just suddenly see floating down the river.
Good.
Yeah, and so
Well, that
they're-
probably happened a couple days ago as well. If this
Yeah.
other boat had suffered the same fate that
they,
we did.
well, they
Piece of
said
candy.
that they hadn't
piece of
waterproofed
candy.
it. That's why they waterproofed what we had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's right.
as
Some of it floated down, but probably most of it they lost.
This keeps happening.
you get there and you find out that the building supplies, the lumber and stuff from the other boat had made it down the river, but apparently the other boats had gone. The other
The
barrels
food and
had
stuff.
made it down the river part of the way, but then they got waterlogged and are probably on the bottom of the river somewhere.
And if it has been a couple days, they're bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no salvaging that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Somewhat salvaged.
Ameliota comes rushing out of the longhouse when she sees you all walking up, and she rushes up, and her mother asks you to set her down, and she rushes up, and they embrace each other. She's taken into the hall immediately, and given further medical exams and treatment and whatnot. And you notice that the weeds are not growing as fast as they seem to before.
Ooh.
Because you know the schedule for chopping down the weeds. And by this point, by nightfall, they should be pretty tall again. Asking about this, you hear about a few sparrows that flew into the Black Tarn with little bottles tied around their legs. With a delivery from Radagast the Brown.
Tell everyone everything.
Yes.
This is what I'm learning. We gotta tell people about the lantern. Tell everyone everything that's going on, at least. No.
I don't think we should tell them about the land. Tell them about going to the longhouse.
The longhouse.
Yes.
Because, look, our boy was very, very specific in his phrasing. He does not want elves showing up to get healed by the lantern.
Yep.
Like, he was very specific. Men of the woods and friends of men of the woods only.
Also, the elves
I'll take
could potentially fix the silver one. Maybe.
Right.
Yeah, they have their own
They have their
land.
own.
Get your own.
They technically do. We gave it back to them.
Yeah, they already got one.
Fuck those
Completely
elves.
against.
We've had one, yes.
What
So
about two
over the
elves?
next couple days, you guys stay in the Black Tarn to help get some of the building supplies set up. The city walls are definitely the first to get worked on. A lot of the boards themselves are splintered by the weeds and kind of fallen apart. So those boards are all replaced. Other ones are strengthened. And you guys help with all that.
Fantastic.
After a couple days, you head back home.
I would get a small rasher of.
You also
the
get a small
weeds.
sampling of the weeds,
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
And you guys head home. And as you're approaching Moss and Oak Hall,
Because we got that nice road now from the Black Tarn back
Yep.
to
Yep.
Right?
Right
East
back.
Fight.
yep. As you guys approach Moss and Oak Hall, things seem quieter than normal. It is late fall, so people they aren't out working the fields at this point, and you know it's gonna be a little.
It's quiet.
It's gonna be a little quieter, but as you're approaching, Penny comes rushing out of your guys' house, and she rushes up to you with a look on her face like she's been crying, and with a very you can tell something's really wrong, and she runs up and throws herself into your arms in a big hug.
Oh, Hobson, I'm so glad you're back.
I'm glad to be back, but what's going on?
It's Lilith. She died in childbirth. And with that, we will end tonight's session.
Come on!
Oh my God!
With that, we will end tonight's session.
Boo!
Son of a
Oh,
bitch!
that sucks.
So, thank you all so much for watching. Next, there's a schedule thing about next week, yes?
No,
No?
we're on for me next week.
Next Sunday?
Next Sunday,
All right.
it'll be back to the Soul Survivors.
Yep.
We'll have the full crew. It'll be a fun time. Get to continue more exploring after wonderful dreams.
Yep.
Be sure to find our Patreon. Sign up for the Patreon. Get you slide into our DMs onto our private Discord server where you can be like Octane and ask us 19 questions in one day, which was awesome.
It was amazing.
Not even gonna knock it.
Now-
That was
so-
awesome.
It was so
Yeah, no.
good for
Because the whole thing
thinking
is
through my character.
well, the whole thing is it was good for your guys, for your characters. Like also, like as the DM, I was just like, oh shit, and then like I made comments too, and I went, oh shit, I just gave this to John. That's smart.
Well, and
it's
also, it's kind of cool because since our buddy just had his kid, he's been pretty busy, so he hasn't been able to do Legend Lore yet.
Yep.
Again, so our Discord has kind of been like that offshoot of Legend Lore to be able to go and answer questions. So if you have any, we can definitely go and do that. When we start up Legend Lore, we may bank those questions
Yep.
to record and ask later. But definitely cool to go ahead, join up, ask all the questions you want for this campaign, for that campaign, and we post up a bunch of cool shit onto Patreon and there. There's some cool things that we have gotten. Dan has a really cool signet ring. I have a feather blade and a ring, and he's got a cool bow to use that we're going to go and post up some cool pictures of and explain a little bit more about what those mean too. And there's also going to be some more pictures and stuff that we post up for Patreon for each of our players as well.
Yep. And we're going to also be, you'll get a lot of the behind the scenes stuff because we're starting to work on the board game talk show called Start Space. That's going to be hosted by me with Mark from Legend Lore and our buddy, these guys haven't met yet, but that's my buddy Eric. Eric and Mark both work with several board gaming communities, especially during the Gen Con convention time. So it'll be fun to have some insider knowledge from those two gentlemen. Yes. And then we need to talk about when we're going to do our own version of Legend Lore, where you're leading it since you are the person of all the Lord of the Rings knowledge. Because I definitely think it'd be fun to sit here and talk about that, especially with
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so there's lots of stuff going on. We've got a lot of irons in the fire. We will be having, especially going into Gen Con, there'll be an interesting there'll be a slight schedule change because Jason and I will not be here on a Sunday, and because we will be down in Indianapolis. You might be able to get back, but I will definitely still be down there. My last game is like 4.
I'll be gone the week beforehand too with a Bristol Run Fair.
Oh, see, so just it's you'll get some back behind the scenes stuff and
schedule updates.
You'll get the schedule updates before we put them on our Facebook or onto our Twitter, and I'll be working on our Threads account too. So if you want to get away from the almighty Elon, we'll have a thread soon. So
last but not least, thank you so much for watching. Yes. Thank you for all the donations today. Your guys' generosity is
thank you so
completely
much.
Blowing us away. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
Eco Owl Press, we know that everybody isn't getting stuff printed all day every day, but we hope that that's the first company you think of when you do need something done, when you do need business cards or maps or signage or anything like that.
Because they can ship them to you. Yes. Even though we're in Indiana and you might be in Georgia, they can still get them to you. Because they did it to Salem, Massachusetts. So.
But yeah, thank you so much. I again want to thank all of you guys, you awesome players who make this game so much fun.
Oh my
It's-
god.
You do an awesome job.
Well,
of
I
making
gotta
games
say,
fun.
it's a lot more. I am having more fun this time than the other time I ran the game. You guys role play more. You guys are getting more into character.
I still know where the fuck I am, but you know.
All right.
Middle
Thank
Earth.
you all so much for watching.
You're
We'll
about
see you next week.
here on- no.
with
Bye-bye now.
Soul Survivors. Be a
Bye, guys.
be a
Bye,
theater
thank
geek dweeb and
you.
weirdo. We need a sign off line.
We do need to sign off.